didn't mean to interrupt the space. So yeah, I think we've got pretty much the hang of what has happened here, and basically the only reason we're having this space is because this document and the existence of this program was basically leaked to me, and I was able to put this out. And here we are. So I think at this point, I'm going to briefly hand the mic over to Pastor Shegs to introduce himself and what he does and how it is that he came to be mentioned in this document. And then after him to RK, and then we're going to break off into the panel. And then we're also going to speak to Camo as well. Camo is the editor at West Africa Weekly, and she's going to be coordinating this conversation. So Pastor Shegs, over to you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you very much for putting this call together. And yeah, I think it's about time we really get into this conversation at the level that we're having it, because these guys kind of like they repackaged colonialism, and they really don't want the leash to get off Africa's neck. And I would have been really surprised and disappointed if my name wasn't mentioned in those reports. And my name was mentioned about 7 times. Yeah, they used different of my names. And PSHEGS, Dr. Segun Adebayo, then my organization, CEFSA, Center for Food Safety and Agric Research, was also mentioned. And a public hearing, which I was a part of, at the National Assembly, was also mentioned. Apparently, they're also very upset with the government officials who organized the public hearing. And very interestingly, I should just tell you, during that public hearing, we were streaming that public hearing live on YouTube. And after a while, the streaming guys reported that there were guys that were jamming the signals. They didn't want it to go out, so I mean, we're really fighting a war.
Sorry. Hi, Pastor Shegun. Sorry, let's kind of give a little bit more flesh and context into this. Your public hearing, was it hosted in Nigeria or
It was in Nigeria? It was in Nigeria. It was a public hearing on GMOs. Yeah, you could.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Exactly. So, January 2024, Nigeria commercialized genetically modified maize, and they called it TELA maize. And all the press releases that were done in January was talking about the brilliance of our scientists at the Institute of Agricultural Research in Zaria, how smart they were. They've come up with Nigeria's homegrown GMO maize to revolutionize our agriculture. It's going to be drought tolerant, pest resistant, and the likes. But I saw through it, and immediately I alerted a few friends of mine, and I said, we need to get to the bottom of this. And we began digging. And immediately I found out that the same TELA maize that these guys were, faffing about, that is the best thing in the world from Nigeria. I found out that 10 years ago, they took the same TELA maize to South Africa, and South Africa kicked them out. South Africa accepted one of the strains, one of the, they call them events. MON 87460. That's what South Africa accepted, and they kicked out the rest. Now, MON 87460 is a variant of TELA maize, and now the MON there means Monsanto. So they took the same thing to Tanzania. They tried to force Tanzania to adopt it. Tanzania did the field trials and found out what it was, found out that all the promises were all false. And it was also going to be very bad to their homegrown crops. Tanzania kicked them out. So they took it to Kenya, dragged it back and forth for a while. Exactly the same thing that these guys said our scientists in Nigeria, invented. In fact, they didn't even change the name. It was the same name, TELA maize. So the TELA maize program was funded majorly through the key funder was through the AATF, and I think that's the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. Now, AATF created another organization, which is a more resilient platform called OFAB, Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnologists. Now, OFAB is like a forum where they situate it in Kenya, and Nigeria and some other parts of Africa. So you have OFAB Nigeria. Now, OFAB Nigeria's work
Sorry, Pastor Shakes, can I just quickly ask a question? This AATF, right? Because when the name African yada yada yada, it sounds like it's something that is sort of indigenous to Africa. It's African governments that came up with it or whatnot. So can you confirm whether that's the case or whether this is a foreign NGO?
AATF is fully Bill Gates. 100% it's Bill Gates. That's Bill Gates. Okay, it has nothing to do with Africa.
It's important that we point these things out, because this is how these important pieces of information slide past people, because they couch everything in these layers of misdirection.
Yes. So
sorry, another question to add to that. So you are directly saying there's a direct correlation, or Monsanto and Bill Gates are working together on TELA maize?
Oh, definitely.
Actors?
Definitely. Okay. I think in the course of this conversation, I'll put some screenshots out on the Jumbotron, so that I could show it to you. There are more than enough documents to show. And it should also interest us that in April, Bill Gates met with President Tinubu at somewhere in, I think, Dubai or wherever, April last year. And three things he discussed with Tinubu. The first was GMOs. Second was vaccines. Third was taxation. Three things. Those were the three things he talked to Tinubu about, trying to, twisting to for speedy adoption and to quell the naysayers that these things, especially the GMOs, was not.
Out of these three things, we have seen the Tinubu government push two of those things through, which is the TELA maize and the taxes, correct?
Yeah, and also the vaccines. You should also know that
okay.
The current minister, to tell you that he's even pushing the vaccines even as strong as the others. Now there is an organization called Solina. Solina, it's the acronym is SCIDA, SCIDAR.org. That's Solina, SCIDA. Now that organization is Bill Gates' third most funded entity in Nigeria. If you go to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, go to Grants Nigeria, download, it's an Excel sheet. You would download the entire funding for Nigeria. And when you sort it out by how much is given, you will see that he's given this organization, SCIDA, about $74 million. It's his third most funded entity in Nigeria. The second is, I think, IITA, and the first is the World Health Organization office in Nigeria. Now, I got very curious with this organization, SCIDA, and when I checked it up, I found out that the guy who was the head of this organization as at last year, 2 years ago rather, now this organization majorly advocates for primary health care, vaccines, assisting the government, advocating on all kinds of vaccines and stuff. And then this guy got appointed by this administration to become the head, the DG and CEO of Nigeria's primary healthcare board. So technically, the guy moves from being an advocate to becoming the policymaker, the driver of this same thing. And then immediately this guy enters. I mean, what other formation do you need? You already have the minister, you have the head of your most funded organization in Nigeria. That's apart from government organizations. I mean, that's a free flow for vaccines all over the country. So you could look this up also. So back to GMOs, that I was just trying to establish the fact that even on the GMO on the vaccines part, Bill Gates is really pushing a lot in. Now back to the GMOs, AATF creates OFAB. Now OFAB goes in country by country to advocate for everything they want to do. In other words, get the biotechnology society in the various countries, get them to comply with their standards and also to adopt their programs for Africa. Now, the head of OFAB Nigeria, now this is very interesting. The head of OFAB in Nigeria, her name is Dr. Rose Gidado. Now, if you check my handle, I always mention her because I want the whole world to know. Now, this woman is the country director for OFAB Nigeria. And at the same time, she is the director of the Department of Agricultural Biotechnology in an agency called NABDA, that is Nigerian Nigerian Biotech Research and Development Agency. Now she's the deputy director in this organization. Now what you're looking at here is a woman, a federal government staff, a civil servant, who doubles as the country director for a Bill Gates funded organization for the same purpose her department was created. And it's one of the most difficult things to do is to know when Rose Gidado is speaking on behalf of the government or she's speaking on behalf of OFAB. So you see things like federal government organizes a press conference to assure the safety of GMOs. But that press conference actually is being funded by OFAB. So you think it's the federal government, but it's actually OFAB. I mean, how creepy can it get? So you can look that up also. Just check out the name Rose Gidado. It's all over the place. So now they launched this TELA maize in January, and then immediately we began our plans to frustrate the efforts and expose it for really what it is. We found out that they've been carrying it from country to country. Now, this thing has been banned, first of all. It's been banned in many parts of the world. Mexico just did a 4-year ban to roll it back, and also if it's just the maize or the GMOs, that's fine. These GMOs actually genetically modify seeds. Okay, let me explain at this point what GMOs are. They are now there is the popular one called hybrids. Hybrids are where you same species. You could do grafting. You could improve the genetic stuff. Like controlling the mating, whether sexual or asexual, for the crops of animals. But now, when it's GMOs, and this is very typical of the case of TELA maize, a gene is taken from another organism and put in another organism. That means you take a gene from maybe a horse and then you put it in a fish. So it crosses the species barrier. So in the case of TELA maize, a gene was taken from Bacillus thuringiensis. That's it's a bacteria, and it was taken from that bacteria and put into the maize. Now, not just that alone. So that's when you say it's pest resistant. That means because Bacillus thuringiensis is actually if nematodes and insects eat it, as they're eating it, it bursts their stomach. So they said, okay, we like that trait. We like the fact that this thing is bad for pests. So they plant it. It's like making you an insecticide. So you don't have to spray raid in your house anymore. You're just you're pest tolerant. So the mosquitoes don't like to bite you. So that's what they did with the maize. So they planted this gene in the maize, and if that was enough, now if that was all, we could still be looking at it one kind. But then, because they are also an agrochemical company, and a lot of farmers use agrochemicals to control their weeds, and they have an agrochemical called Roundup. They programmed the seeds, that is the plants, to become resistant to Roundup. So when you spray Roundup, which is the active ingredient is glyphosate, when you spray it on your farm, your GMO farm, where you have planted a GMO, it's going to kill everything green apart from their own seeds. Now, you should understand that if you use another glyphosate-based agrochemical, it will kill the seed. So they've programmed it to be compatible only with their own products. So this is highly patented technology, and this is what they want us to eat. So, I mean, think about it. So the Roundup chemicals are now programmed to be compatible with the seeds. So you can spray as many times as you want, so the weeds would not grow on the farm. So you're looking at not just the seeds, but also glyphosate, which according to many reports, I mean, just Google it yourself, just where you are, just search it, just check glyphosate or Roundup lawsuits in America. And currently they've paid over 12 billion in litigation to people who got cancer from using their products, and they have settled over 12 billion. After all the losses, they decided to move ship to a place without proper judicial systems, and that is Africa. So they are coming to Africa to recoup on their investments, the losses they made in America. You could look it up. You could also look at when Bayer bought Monsanto for about $66 billion, and they've made a loss. At the time they bought, Bayer was about €93 per share. And because of the bad reputation of GMOs in America and other parts of the world, they lost a lot of money, down to about €27 per share. And, of course, banned in Europe, they are banned in the whole of European Union, both GMOs and glyphosate. They are banned in many parts of Asia. They are banned in Mexico, and some states in America have banned them. So the next place for business is Africa. So, of course, that's why we have it all over the place today. So, one other major thing that we also need to look at very carefully about GMOs is the fact that it's a major tool for food capitalism. Now, and this is the major reason why Russia bans GMO and proscribes anyone who cultivates GMO in their country as a terrorist. So this is how it works. When you plant a GMO farm, like for instance, you plant maize where you are now, you're not supposed to have an organic maize farm at least between 600 meters and 1 kilometer radius of your GMO farm because of open air pollination. So this GMO farm is going to cross-pollinate with your organic farm, and the traits of your GMO farm will become hoisted on your organic farm. In other words, you stand the risk of sterilizing your organic farm with GMOs. Now, most of these GMOs are programmed F2. In other words, they can last for 2 generations. The seed breeders program it F2. When they sell it to the seed companies, they use one life, F1. By the time the seed companies are selling it to the farmers are buying what they can only plant once. Once they plant it once, the entire harvest is sterile. They can't replant their harvest. So the farmers have to go back to the seed companies, and the seed companies have to go back to the seed breeders. And that is actually the game of GMOs. So when this open air pollination happens, your natural variants of the same crop will get sterilized. So in that process, you will start finding out that you are losing your natural crops. You're not finding them anymore. And you would see this very thing I said you will find something like this in the recent Jurassic movie. They typified it there. And it's the same reason why Mexico banned GMOs. They said they were losing the natural maize that God gave them. They were losing it through open air pollination with the genetically modified variants. So think about it. The genetically modified ones.
So, yeah. So, Shagun, thank you for the summary so far. But there's a burning question here that we can't let slide, which is you had a hearing in Nigeria based on all of these things. I'm sure you provided evidence and detailed, information at this hearing. What was the result from your hearing that you had in Nigeria? What did the Nigerian government do
All right,
after your hearing?
Yeah, so the hearing was the motion was actually moved by a lawmaker in May 16th, who raised all these concerns. He raised it on the floor. Then the Committee on Agriculture was asked to investigate, do their research, and find out if it's true or not. They did their research, and according to back-end information that we got to know of, they found out that everything the guy said was true. So the public hearing was to bring both the proponents and the opponents of GMO to come to the House and tell the full story. And of course, there were over 50 lawmakers in that room that day, and all of them opposed GMOs, all of them. In fact, they were very upset. There was a particular guy who had received some funding from Bill Gates. You can look him up also, from the Nigerian Agribusiness Group. He's also the president of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria. They've received about $1.3 million from Bill Gates. He's been running on all media houses, advertising GMOs. The guy said in the House that it's better to eat GMOs and die than not to eat at all. And that was one of the biggest moments there. Everybody was against it. All the lawmakers raised their voices. They were all really upset. And they all said that this thing wasn't going to fly in the country. And the Committee on Agriculture was asked to prepare a report. And when they reconvened, this hearing was in November. And when they reconvene this year, they are going to present that report. And based on the last information that we got from the committee, we hear that they are under serious pressure from, of course, you know who, to ensure that the whole thing is silenced. But I don't think those guys want to, because I mean, one of the things that we made very clear to them is that if they allow it in, they are closer to the age where their organs will pack up. And I don't know any of them who travels out in the morning for breakfast or in the afternoon for lunch, and they don't travel out to eat. So if they allow it in Nigeria, it's going to affect everyone. This is something that, I mean, you don't have to be in a political party or be on any side of the political divide to know exactly what you're supposed to do. This is something that everyone has to join hands and kick out, because, I mean, this is a major case of infertility. That's one of the biggest problems with GMOs. It makes if you eat, especially genetically modified maize, if you just a very simple Google search will show you that as at far back as year 2000, it's been a major cause of population. It's been a major cause of infertility, and of course abortions, preterm births is part of the side effects. It's also a major cause of cancer. There is a research, very public on the internet, Professor Serralini's research, that he fed mice GMO for about 6 to 9 months, and they developed cancerous tumors, you know. So the health risks are there, the environmental risks are there, everything is out there. So it's a no question. So based on your question about what the House did, what the government is doing about it, the government they're not in support of it. From what I know, from the House of Assembly, the president's wife, from what I'm aware of, she's also not in support of it. The president is yet to say anything. Tinubu is mute on it. We hope he says something real quick. Because, I mean, to think of it, to be very fair to them, this thing came in through Goodluck Jonathan's era, February 2015. So APC basically, Buhari only worsened it by amending the NBMA Act of 2015. He amended it in 2019 to even widen Nigeria for more genetic manipulation. So far so good. This is where we're at as per the government. The Minister of Agri was there and he was put on the spot. And he said, the Minister of Agri said at the public hearing that yeah, he knows that there are side effects to these things, that there are goods and there are bads to it, and that there's a lot of conspiracy theory out there. But he knows that these things are not all good. And of course, the people who are actually pushing it, the two ministries pushing it in Nigeria, are the Ministry of Science and Technology and also the Ministry of Environment. And the Minister of Agri actually said that the government should have brought those two ministers to the public hearing because they are the ones who, have been pushing it through their various agencies.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, Dr. Shegun, let me just jump in here. I think we need to bring Kamwa into the conversation. So Kamwa is the editor, the senior editor at the managing editor, at West Africa Weekly. And I remember last year when this TELA maize issue was in the news, West Africa Weekly was actually the only media platform in Nigeria that actually attempted to file an FOIA to find out. I believe it was with NAFDAC. Kamwa, can you come in here? Because I remember it was our reporter, Maiwa Durusimi, who pursued that story. Unfortunately, he's not on this panel, but his editor is here. So I guess who best to talk about this? Kamwa?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We requested, we sent an FOIA request to the National Biosafety Management Agency to give us the analysis they did about the safety of the GMO maize, TELA. And we didn't get a response from them till about after a month or so. They wrote back that they would provide us with the analysis they did. But till today, as we host this space, we've not had a response from the NBMA till today. So as it is, even with the playing so much buzz around the safety issues, the institution that is directly involved with giving the safety analysis of this maize or these GMOs has not said anything, which clearly says that there is something fishy. And that goes to also corroborate with what Pastor Sheikh said about the management issue. They are everywhere, both legs in and out. So they are protecting an interest somewhere. So when it's the government institute that is supposed to be the one to defend the people, provide analysis about things like this, are not doing their job, and no one is holding them to accountable because, of course, lies. But as of today, we've not had any response from the MBA about the analysis provided they've done on TELA maize particularly.
So let me come in here. Can I come in here? So I was at the MBMA. I was at their office last week in Abuja. And see, if you have an image in your mind of a government primary school, those old school Jack-on-Day primary schools, if you have it in your mind, just know that is what the NBMA office looks like. I was there myself. I took a picture in front of the place. Now, I wrote also to them under the freedom of information, let's have risk assessments. They didn't even, in fact, they blocked me at a point. I didn't mind. I wrote
the government institution blocked you.
Yeah, they blocked me. They blocked the Center for Food Safety. Yeah. So, but of course they unblocked because I pinned their neck on the ground. I had a symposium in February and they came physically. About 20 of their officials came and we grilled them right there. and they couldn't. They promised to give us all the documents, which to this very moment they didn't give to us. I attended their seventh. They invited us to their biotechnology, to their biosafety conference in November last year. I attended, and every single person who was a resource person there was a promoter of biotechnology. So the biosafety organization is actually promoting GMOs. They're not in the middle, they're not regulating at all.
So the problem that I'm noticing a common thread through all the problems here. Come on, sorry, I think you need to mute your mic. So I'm noticing a common thread through all the problems here, and I think this is why I'm going to bring in Maiwa, and then Maiwa is going to lead into RK. So I think Maiwa has run into this particular problem multiple times, not just regarding GMOs, but regarding covering the Nigerian public space in general, which is that it almost seems as if the regulators in Nigeria are playing. Sorry, you need to mute your mic. It seems as if in Nigeria, the regulators, like the referees, are playing like they're not acting neutral in the field of play. They have the jersey of one of the teams that is playing under their referee's jersey. That's how it's, because I remember when there is this TELA maize issue, there have been multiple issues like this, and Maiwa is always the one, for some reason, who is always at the grinding face of these issues. And it always seems as if the regulators in Nigeria are, at best, they are not really interested in doing their jobs, or worse still, it seems as if there is this external hand that is actually in control of the regulators. So basically, the basic sovereignty of Nigeria is in question here. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, absolutely. Greetings to everyone. I think the NAFDA, the MBR, the two agencies that are of monitoring the inflow and outflow of genetically modified organisms in Nigeria are more of pro-GMO, whereas they ought to be more of a regulating agency to control the risk and the risks of not just to earth but to our environment. But then, if as a regulatory body, you tend to be pro of a product that are coming into your country, then there's a conflict of interest, which is why I believe the several of emails I have exchanged with the agency, the MBA, in requesting for FOI request that was seeking to obtain the risk assessment conducted to assure that the GMO that is coming to the country is actually safe and risk-free for the environment. But then it all boils down to why they had to reject the request, because, and which is illegal. A media organization reach out to a publicly funded agency in the country requesting for information that will benefit the public of the country that you serve, and you so are know to serve in the country. But then you turn down the request. At first, they took their time to respond to the mail. After a lot, they said they acknowledge that they will look into it and provide the risk assessment they conducted, which I know they didn't. If it were to be that, they would have easily provided it, and then they will have to, in providing that, we'll have to keep a lot of people that they deem as anti-GMO to actually answer most of their questions, which are actually valid, because when you feel your food sovereignty is threatened and your health is threatened, a citizen will not only be defensive, but then you want to protect your interests as an individual, as a means of survival. So these agencies act more of pro-GMO rather than regulating how GMO comes to the country, which I find so much of a conflict of interest. So it's all boiled down to external influence behind the scenes, doing the move of ensuring the head of these organizations tend to lean to a side of private sector more than the public people that they serve in the country, which is very bad and it's very unpatriotic. And then it's all come to having not just a single reporter from West Africa Weekly, but then from several media organizations where we can all come out to seek accountability from these public institutions, because they are actually funded with our money. So if they are using our money to run the agency, we actually need what they are using it for, not just to serve the interests of external factors, or especially the private sectors through that are coming into the country through several agency of philanthropic organizations. So the agencies that are in charge of GMO in country needs to be questioned more than ever before, as it is. So yeah, basically that was my issue with them.
Thanks, Mao. And I think this is where RK will come in. Sorry, Kama. We're going to circle back to you in just a few minutes, but we need to bring RK into the conversation here. This is where she comes in, because I believe RK was mentioned in this adaptive country plan document by virtue of, as I recall, having criticized Shell for its involvement in pollution in the Niger Delta and the execution of the Ogoni 9. And apparently criticism of Shell, which is a private business, is something which a foreign intelligence agency sees as an informational threat in a sovereign country's information ecosystem to be neutralized, right? So the question then is, who is actually in charge of Nigeria? Is Nigeria functionally independent? Is it a sovereign country? Or is Nigeria still ruled by the Royal Niger Trading Company? Or, is what exactly is going on here? RK.
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is my first experience, like hands-on, with the forces, behind our problems, all our issues, and thank you so much for, this, for your educating us, Nigerians at large. Because, for me, I've always been puzzled, actually. I've been puzzled as to why we seem not to have control, as he said, over, major issues, from our health to our food sovereignty, to our mineral resources, to even securing our borders, to political discourse, to social media. I try to put the dots together, like someone is definitely pulling the strings somewhere. It can't be. It is like it was clear that our government weren't the one necessary, because it doesn't really, like, there was somebody at the back end that was actually forcing our government to implement all these things. And I just tried to do some research and fix the dot together. And after I was able to do that and realize that we just gained physical independence, really, economically, politically, every other aspect, we are not independent. We are literally still under very severe colonial control, interference, and that's what we are witnessing. Because I didn't know, actually, that my little efforts, I didn't plan to really do it on a big scale. I was just like the little people that I could enlighten and, bring to the realization. Because I found out another thing, that a lot of Nigerians were in the dark, which, you can't really blame them, because most of these operations, most of these strings that are being pulled are done secretly, are done, through proxy, covertly. So at the end of the day, you can't really pin it on Western influence. You can't really pin it on, their control. It's usually going to be pinned at at their so-called proxies, which are those that head the agencies, those that should be regulating things, the medical association. I've listened to people like Dr. Philip Ingemanzi, a renowned neuroscientist. I'm a microbiologist by profession, so that's probably where my interest in all these things came from the health aspects and to the other aspects. So when Dr. Philip was talking about how he was present live in a video conference with officers from General Electric, which is a leading healthcare, like a big pharma, owned by this set of people that controls everything or want to control everything. So he said they told them directly to their faces that they want all medical practitioners in Nigeria to name their price, like an open check, to name their price and tell them what they want so that they could hands off all medical practices in Nigeria and hand it over to Bill Gates and his subsidiaries. And Dr. Philip said he was shocked at that. He mentioned prominent people that were there. I don't know if I should mention, but one of them is actually in jail in the UK.
I think you should mention. It's very important that we know people like that. I think you should mention them.
Yes, Senator Ike Ekweremadu was present at that meeting. Governor Obiano was present, and other prominent Nigerian politicians and rulers were present in that meeting. And what they wanted, what Bill Gates what they wanted was that we hands off all medical practices in Nigeria, both the nurses, both the lab technicians, every medical worker, and hand over our sovereignty literally to them. And what they wanted to use that for was to have access to our organs. But that's just one. Anyway, it was a list of things. They needed a vast amount of ovaries for their somatic cell transfer experiment. And when they thought of how or where could they get 100 million ovaries, their first, what came to their mind was Nigeria, Africa, then Nigeria with our, very large population. So by doing that, by being in control of all all our hospitals, they were able to enact a law, which was pushed during President Goodluck administration. I think it was passed. It wasn't just, it was passed at the National Assembly, the Health Bill, the Act, where it gave rights to hospitals to, they were able to remove a patient's organ without the consent of the patient in cases of emergency. So that was one way. That was one way they were, able to get access to our organs, our tissues, involuntarily, without even your consent, without your knowledge. So, this kind of people just opened my eyes to the damage, the danger that we face as a people. Like, I was struck. And the funniest thing is that kind of conversation did not make it to the media outlets. I think it was just one online journalist or maybe a YouTube person that actually pushed it on his channel, and I got to see it. You didn't find it on any major media outlets. That's to show also how censored our media is. They only push out what they are told to push out, and that is the reason for their desperate need to control the narrative, to control your discussion, to control your knowledge. They really, they think how they are able to propagate most of these crimes against humanity, because literally that's what it is because majority of our enormous population are in the dark. You know, when major outlets that are supposed to educate them, even in schools, our curriculum, there is no geopolitics, there is no history. We don't know anything about ourselves. So it's very easy to manipulate those kind of minds and just make them know what you want them to know. That's what happens when you are being taught by your enemies. You know, you just know what the little things they want you to know. You don't really know what is going on. So all those things really spurred me on to do more research into, you know, other areas like Shell activities, not just Shell, Total, ExxonMobil, all the major foreign oil multinationals in Nigeria, and how over 70 years our government, since the oil boom actually in the 70s, our government has, like, they handed over our resources to these people, gave them access to it, not just gave them access, allowed for unregulated exploration and exploitation of our mineral resources. So when you go to some of these areas, because at my degree level, I did a bit of research on oil spillage and, you know, how we could use microorganisms to clean up the environment. So I traveled down to the one of those excavers in particular, and, you know, I was traumatized, really, you know, surrounded by an area blessed with so much oil reserves, and to see the depth of poverty, the depth of environmental degradation, the depth of pollution in these areas, the depth of underdevelopment in these areas. It was traumatizing. Ever since, I'm trying to wrap my head around why this kind of communities that, you know, that contains, you know, the golden layer that is laying the golden egg, why they are suffering so much, and these multi-trillion-dollar organizations are there operating and destroying the environment, and our government doesn't lift a finger. You know, so all these you know, were things that I was determined I was going to expose, and behind everything is not far-fetched. What we are looking at is just a system whereby there are Western countries that, you know, have literally, you know, they have literally stranglehold our government. And when we say stranglehold, it's not by, some people think the likes of IMF, World Bank comes to give you advice. No, they're not giving you advice. It's economic hitman strategy. This is warfare. They are not coming to give it. They are mandating you to enact Western policies. And these Western policies are going to cause hunger. They are going to cause poverty. They are going to cause terrorism. They are going to cause pollution. They are going to cause death. They are going to cause genocide in your country. But they don't give you an option. The only thing they give to the leaders is their pay cut, is the peanuts they throw at them, because literally that's what it is. If we do the right thing we are meant to do and have full sovereignty and control of our resources and our nation, what they are giving us will be an insult. But because they come as literally terrorists to mandate our leaders, you must increase taxes, make fuel, make electricity luxuries for your people. We want a system whereby there is no, the economy is not viable for any industrialization. So we have people that come here to make sure that Africa remains the way it is, so that they can, continue their exploitation. They are literally living off Africa, because without Africa, their economy will collapse, literally collapse. And at the same time, there are other agendas. The beast in them just keeps getting worse and worse, because they have other agendas now. They have other agenda aside that, the 2030 agenda, which is even more psychotic for me when you look at their plans to recolonize the whole world and, make natural resources under their control. I mean, when I say natural resources, even the sun, if it's possible, these people will have the air we breathe under their control. It's, in that kind of predatory capitalist way that we are seeing them do with GMOs and other, our health and other things. So that's the system we are in. So that's why.
Okay, thank you so much for.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work you've done on this. And I have a question for you. If you can mute your mic real quick, please. There we go. Yeah, the feedback was disturbing. Yeah, a shameless plug here. Please follow the handle West Africa Week on X and other social media handles. We have a social media handle on TikTok, Instagram, and of course follow us on YouTube. This is being streamed live on YouTube right now, so you can always go back and listen to it there. But RK, real quick, with what you've been exposed, and you're talking specifically now here oil and gas, what has been NNPC's response in all of this, if any? I mean, they are our number one eyes, ears, and everything concerning the extraction processes for oil and gas in Nigeria, and they control this whole thing. But in what you've done so far and how you even got exposed in this document as a target, has NNPC been involved in any of this so far, or a lack of involvement as a matter of fact? You can speak to that also. Thank you.
Okay, so NNPC as the major player in our oil industry has been complicit in the whole will I call it a charade, because recently, after the inauguration of this present administration, one of the first things the president did was to hand over one of our largest crude oil fields. That's the OPL 24. I can't remember. It has this code. So they handed it over to Shell.
Is it OPL 245?
Yeah, OPL 245. Yes. That was one of the first things this administration did, and that field is the largest, crude oil reserve in the Niger Delta, and that particular field was under litigation. There was this court. They had some court issues in the UK. People sued Shell, for its activities in the Niger Delta, for the pollution there, the unlimited access to the crude oil facilities, for unpaid, what they call it now, unpaid damages done to the environment, for compensation. All those legal issues was on ground, then, so, in handing over the field to Shell, I think one of the agreements was, to give Owando, which we know who is behind Owando. Owando is owned by the president's cousin, Wale Tinubu. So Owando got a percentage of Shell's assets. So we are seeing a very well coordinated attempt at sabotage, literally. That's what's going on. Because why would a sovereign nation, in the first instance, hand over her largest oil field to a foreign entity? That in itself is sabotage. And these foreign multinationals are not investing in any value chain. That's another thing that drew my concern. With their decades of operations in Nigeria, they are not really investing in value chain. What they are investing on is exploration and exploitation of our mineral resources. There is no investment in refining. Instead, we've seen over the years all our government-owned refineries being shut down, and even the recent attempt by Dangote to establish a private-owned refinery, which had funding from the federal government also. So it was like a collaborated effort, over 2 trillion naira support from the federal government in establishing that 650,000 barrels a day facility, which is the largest in Africa, and one of the largest in the world. Is a single phase refinery. So what we are looking at is like a major sabotage on our resources, on our crude oil, and it's part of the reason why Nigeria has been unable to fulfill, meet its demand, meet our demand and even have enough to export. Crude oil is something that if we are doing what we are meant to do, we should be able to cater for ourselves and have enough revenue from crude oil. But we are faced with a situation whereby most of our crude oil is being exported by these multinationals, and then we we import them back into the country and buy them at a higher price.
Okay, real quick. You just spoke about the current government refineries. Do you have any insights to NPC's reopening of the Port Harcourt refinery?
No, I didn't really focus much on those refineries, because from what I heard, it was just like, when they said the refinery is fully up and it's operational, and at the end of the day, you find out that it's just, it's not the real thing that they are refining there. From the reports we had. So it's just skeletal operations and a lot of things that are going on that they are not willing to come out to tell us what is really, because we know a lot of money is being pumped into those refineries in the name of maintenance or trying to get them functional. So I'm not really focused on it. My focus was on how was on the challenges what's his name Dangote was facing, because he came out to cry about people wanting his refinery to shut down, because they were saying his involvement in refining has affected Europe's market trade, and so those were the areas that we cannot afford to have Dangote refinery, because ever since Dangote started operations, I think we've relatively, although the prices are still high, but the issue of queuing for hours and at the filling station, those kind of issues, and then the what they call it, the contamination of fuel too. You buy fuel and it kind of spoils your engine or something like, those kind of things has been, yeah, we've not really had, those kind of things popping up. So those are my areas of focus for now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Quiggin, I wanted to ask.
Sorry. Okay, can you please mute your mic? There we go.
Okay, I wanted to ask. If you've done any research in regards to the safety of food products in that region, because I am sure that these oil exploration activities would definitely have some impact on food crops in that region. Have you done any research in that regard to know how far-reaching the impact of these activities are on food crops and how they affect the health of people in that area?
Okay, should I go ahead now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so as for the pollution, the gas flaring, the oil spillage going on in the Niger Delta, even looking at the statistics, the life expectancy in that area, you find the last report I read about was that the life expectancy has really dropped to as low as 50 years or below because of the damage. There are some areas in Niger Delta. You go there, you can literally see the soot, the hydrocarbon soot. It's in the air. It's that dense. So it's all over your building. I mean, like if you just go out, you can see the black soot all over, and inhaling this hydrocarbon is very it's something that will damage your organs. It's something that has adverse effect on your health. It's cancerous. It has negative. I'm not like a medical this thing, but I know it has a lot of negative effect on. It could cause asthma. For example, it could cause things like sinuses. There was someone I knew that relocated down to one of the states there and developed, all of a sudden developed sinuses, and everybody was wondering, like, you weren't having this when you were, before you relocated. So hydrocarbon in your water, in your food, in the soil. I mean, these are dangerous, harmful chemicals that should not be ingested. So the effect on the body itself it's totally devastating.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Again, please mute the mic. Right.
Okay, I wanted to, before David goes, I wanted to circle back to you, David. The Western world generally are so much against the development of Africa in general. Like they hate to see that we have rails, practical example is how the BRI project is suddenly having KLET everywhere and all of that. So why do you think, why are they so interested and invested in keeping Africa underdeveloped? Why exactly? What's the interest in itself that they do not want Africa to be developed?
And so I think to answer that question, you have to answer the question of how is the global economy currently structured? So roughly speaking, the global economy is divided into three places, roughly speaking. Right. These are not exact geographical locations. This is just a very sort of approximate way of judging how the global economy works. So you can roughly group the global economy into the Western bloc, the Eastern bloc, and then the global South. Now, I know there's a lot of overlap between Eastern Bloc and Global South, and being in the Western Hemisphere, like the Caribbean, doesn't necessarily make you part of the West. I understand that, but for the purposes of this economic conversation, let's group the world into three. So West, East, and South. So the West, those are the consumers. Those are the people who, like the EU commissioner recently came out and said Europe is a garden and needs to construct a fence around the garden to keep the invaders out. So that's how they see themselves. They are the consumers. Their job is to consume the richness of the world, right? The East is the factory. They are the workers. That's the place where everything is made. That's where all the manufacturing takes place. And then the South, generally speaking, let's reduce that to Africa. You can include parts of Latin America and even some parts of Asia, but generally speaking, that's Africa. The economic role that has been set for Africa in that economic system is to be the place where the inputs for the industrial processes are sourced from, right? So the actual industrial processes are not meant to take place in Africa. Africa is meant to supply the inputs, which is why, for example, if you look at any example you can think of colonial transport infrastructure, be it roads, be it rails, look at where that infrastructure is located.
All right. I think we lost David for a second. Can anybody hear him?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you. Go ahead, continue. We lost you there for a second.
Sorry, my phone does this thing where when the screen goes off, it cuts off everything. I think it's called lockdown mode or something. So where did you lose me? Sorry?
Where the infrastructure has been built in Africa.
Right. So if you plot the location of that infrastructure on the map, you cannot fail to notice that 100% of the time, that infrastructure never connects one African population center to another. Now, if you understand how economics works, how you build friction in an economy, how you build growth in an economy is that you link one group of people to another so that they can trade, right? Colonial infrastructure or Western infrastructure in Africa is always built to link a place where a certain extraction process is taking place and link it to the port. That is the entire. So whether it's the old Lagos-Kano Railway in Nigeria, whether it's the old Lobito Corridor Railway that goes from DRC, cuts through Angola, which the US government is spending $10.8 billion to refurbish now, it's the same principle. The principle is that the only purpose of Africa is for you to go there, extract raw materials, to remove them from the ground as quickly and as cheaply as possible, to ensure that there is no beneficiation that takes place locally. This is not by accident. This is very deliberate. And the reason for this is not wickedness. It's not because they hate you. The reason for this is that their economic system requires those inputs to be cheap. That's the reason. So, so this is not just me saying this. There's a video which I'm actually going to link on the Jumbotron. It's a guy, he's a friend of mine. His name is Alex Gladstein. Now, he used to be a consultant working for the IMF. He now works with the Human Rights Foundation, right? And he said this in a podcast last year because he was an IMF consultant, and he said this is IMF policy when they go into countries in Africa to offer their loans that eventually result in structural adjustment and whatnot. And what the IMF wants, and I'm using the IMF as a proxy for the Western financial establishment or the Western economic establishment. What they want is that you should be a place that they can extract raw materials, and those raw materials are basically solid minerals, energy reserves like crude oil and uranium and whatnot, and cash crops like rubber, cashew, whatever. So the point is extract those things as quickly and as cheaply as possible, which is also why the mining processes you see in Africa are very different to the mining processes you see in like Australia. So in Australia and in China, you see all these like major equipment, earth moving equipment, like really, technically accomplished stuff. And then in Africa, it's just a bunch of people with shovels and headpans, going back and forth all day. That's not by accident. That's deliberate too, because the technologically advanced mining processes are more expensive, right? But the ones in Africa are meant to be as cheap as possible, right? And the cheapest way to extract it is to use the cheapest form of labor that exists, which is unskilled human labor. The same type of labor that built the Western economic system going back to the 1600s, if you know the history of the world. So the point is, Africa must not be allowed, according to this economic doctrine, Africa must not be allowed to start to beneficiate its own resources. Africa must not be allowed to start to consume its own energy reserves. Africa must not be allowed to start to play a bigger role in the global economy, must not be allowed to start having its own manufacturing. It is deliberate, right? And again, I have to stress, it's not necessarily because they hate you or they don't hate you. The reason is because it is central to the running of the economic system. It's about money, right? Money is the religion that the world runs on. So the idea is, once those things are extracted very, very quickly from the ground, the local population must receive as little economic benefit from it as possible. So, for example, the Lobito Railway Corridor, which takes minerals mined in the Kolwezi area of the DRC, a very resource-rich area, which has the resources for the so-called Green Revolution. So all your rare earth minerals, your coltan, tantalite, copper, the lithium, all these things, right? That stuff is loaded onto a train. That train goes 3,000 kilometers through dense southwestern African rainforest in Angola to the port of Lobito. If you check the route of that train, that route carefully avoids any population center. By the way, Angola's capital is Luanda. It has 9 million people living there, and it has a very, very well-developed port. They instead chose to route it to the port of Lobito, which is a tiny city of 300,000 people, to avoid going to the population center. Because if you are passing the rail line with those resources through the population centers, somehow or the other, people are going to have to interact with that thing and derive some sort of economic benefit from it. Maybe there will be some primary beneficiation going on. And basically that makes what comes out of Africa more expensive, which makes the manufacturing process more expensive, which makes the end user pay more for those things. So to cut a long story short, if you don't want your iPhone to cost $5,000, then those children who are in the mines in Eastern DRC have to remain there. That has to be their life. They have to go into those mines with headbands today, tomorrow, and forever, so that the American consumer can buy his iPhone for $1,200. Because if Africa is allowed to start its own manufacturing and start using its own resources, then it makes those industrial inputs significantly more expensive for the rest of the world. And that upsets the entire global economy. It's as simple as that. That's the reason. So that is why, for example, when the NATO mission to destroy Libya under the guise of, protecting protesters from Gaddafi and whatnot, have you ever wondered why was it that, after Gaddafi was taken out, these guys continued bombing Libya for several more months? Does anybody on this space, can anybody on this space guess how many bombing operations, like aerial bombing operations, took place in Libya in 2011? Well, I'll answer the question. Let me know which people's type. 7,000 bombing sorties were carried out on Libya in 2011. Now, does it take 7,000 airstrikes to take out a dictator? No, it really doesn't. But the purpose of 7,000 airstrikes, the purpose of 7,000 airstrikes,
they're looking for Shekau. That's why.
The purpose of 7,000 airstrikes across 8 months was basically to send the country back to the Stone Age, because as I'm sure you know, Libya was Africa's most infrastructurally developed country. And in addition to being infrastructurally developed, there was also constructing something called the Great Man-Made River. If you don't know what that is, they're basically these huge prehistoric aquifers of fresh water under the Sahara Desert with the potential to potentially green parts of the Sahara, which would have basically changed the entire economic outlook of the Sahara and the Sahel, right? And that's what the, quote unquote dictatorship of Muammar Gaddafi was doing. And these guys went and bombed everything, all the infrastructure, the pipes, the roads, the rails, the factories, especially all the factories, including factories manufacturing medicine and soap, everything was targeted. And that's the reason, because if Africa is allowed to start climbing up that value chain, it becomes infrastructurally developed, a sort of wide middle class starts to develop. The education system functions in a way that it trains a new class of Africans who are sort of looking for jobs in industrial processes that currently don't exist. What's going to happen is that what you have there is the sort of building blocks of an industrial revolution. And once that happens, those resources, which the powers that be have decreed are the existential purpose for Africa's existence, those resources become more expensive for everybody else. Have you wondered, for example, why is it that Nigeria, which has, as I'm sure you know, has the world's second largest natural gas reserves after Russia, and those are the known reserves, there are probably more that we don't know of. Why is it that instead of the conversation being about how Nigeria can harness its gas reserves and basically generate some of the cheapest electricity in the whole of Africa, why is it that there's a conversation instead about building a gas pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco so that we can sell Nigerian gas to Europe? Have you ever wondered about that? Why is that? Why is it so important for Africa not to consume its own resources? Why is it so important for Africa not to use its own energy reserves? Why is Germany paying South Africa to not use coal while Germany is importing coal from South Africa? Does that make any sense? Well, it makes perfect sense if you look at it from the perspective that it is in certain people's interest to ensure that Africa remains deliberately deindustrialized, right? So Africa's lack of industrialization, you have to understand this, is not something that is down to some moral failure on the part of Africa and its leadership. Not really. It's a deliberate geopolitical and economic decision that has been made, by some very rich and powerful white men in rooms that you and I don't have access to. That's how the world actually works.
All right. So David, thank you for that. We'll be opening up the space and bringing up speakers to kind of ask you, RK and Pastor Shagu or Shege or Shags questions in a minute. But while I do that, while we open up the space to bring people up to kind of give you guys questions, I'll start by asking you a question. Is it really the white man somewhere with so much money who's making Africans to do this to themselves? Because you have to get the African leaders to agree to some of these things. I mean, at the end of the day, it's capital economy. Capitalism is going to rule. But at the same time, I kind of have an idea of the answer. But, for everybody hearing this, at what point do we start pointing the finger to ourselves? And can we really point the finger to ourselves? That's another way to ask the question. Can we really point the finger to ourselves? And I'll let you respond to that while we'll bring people up.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's a false choice, because again, this is a conversation people have all the time that, is it foreign interference that is causing Africa's problems, or do we have to take responsibility for it? It can be both. This idea that it has to be one or the other is a false idea. I think that idea is actually disinformation pushed by somebody, that it's one or the other. It's not true. It's entirely possible that while we certainly have some really severe deficiencies that everybody knows what they are, it's not a secret, at the same time, there are also people, as we are saying, I mean, what is the reason we're having this space now? Some people sat down in a room that you and I didn't have access to and wrote a 41-page document that was basically a very detailed plan for how to execute a hostile takeover of the information space of a sovereign country somewhere across on the other side of the world. Right? We would never do that. We don't think like that. There's nobody in Africa who wakes up in the morning and thinks, right, how do I go and conquer the political economy of Argentina? How do I stage a color revolution against the president in Bolivia? how do I destroy the economy of Chile so that I can benefit some corporate interests of my? Nobody in Africa thinks that way. But there is a group of people on this planet who definitely do think that way, and we know who they are. And these are the same group of people who sit down and fund the creation of documents like this. And then not just funding documents like this, we'll go to the extent of, think about the amount of effort that went into this. You identified a group of people that you thought to be pliable journalists in Nigeria. So there's a bit of research that went into that. You reached out to them. You went back and forth with them. You sorted out their flights and other travel arrangements. You flew them into another country. You put them up in a 5-star hotel. Each of them has their own room. The room starts from $500 a night. You put them up there for a week. Eat all you can, wine and dine them. You send them back. You offer them money, right? And all of this was for the strategic purpose of pushing out smears against a specific group of people and a specific group of topics that you feel somehow affect your interests. And what are these interests? You want to sell GMO crops in Nigeria, right? You want to execute a hostile takeover of Nigeria's food space, right? You want to destroy Africa's food sovereignty. You want to turn some people's food into Netflix subscription. That if they don't subscribe this year, they can't get food, because that's the implication of what Dr. Shegun referred to as the F2 technology. If the farmer does not buy seeds every year, cannot plant. And you can only buy the seeds from this, Bayer/Monsanto/Syngenta entity, which is basically German-American. So if for whatever reason, your government is not on the same page with this, NATO entity, this German-American entity, then they can simply deny you food that year. Or if, for example, those of us who have been named pro-Kremlin or whatever, so, we have been smeared with this idea that we are somehow on the side of the Russians. And these people are obviously on the side of NATO, and they are controlling our food. They can simply say that, well, because you are pro-Kremlin, you don't get to eat. So you get to die because we don't like what we said is your political affiliation. That's how some people see the world. Some people see the world in terms of, seeking to conquer and destroy other people. That is real. There's no running away from it. There's no hiding from it. So yes, obviously we do have our own issues with corruption and being very small-minded and never being able to see the bigger picture, and always being very short-sighted, always being obsessed with being better than our neighbor, and being distracted by shiny trinkets you put in front of our eyes. We have all those problems. Nobody can deny it. But just like it was during the slave trade, you can say, yes, our ancestors did some very stupid things, right? Taking part in the so-called slave trade was one of the dumbest moves in the history of humankind. However, you can also say that it wasn't really a trade, because if you say you are trading, there has to be an equivalent exchange of value. If someone is giving you the most important resource that exists on the planet, which is human ideas and human labor, humans, and what you are giving them in return is trinkets. You are giving them mirrors and gin and red cloth and corrugated roofing sheets, right? And you are using what they are giving you to build yourself into the world's most fearsome economy. And they, 200 years later, are still pretty much where they were when you met them, because really they were not receiving an equivalent exchange of value. Then can you then say that, well, it was two of us that took part in a consensual transaction, so I don't have any moral responsibility here? Like, you did what you did and I did what I did, and it was consensual. No, you're a fraudster. Yes, the person you defrauded is an idiot, but that doesn't stop you from being a fraudster.
All right. That's a nice way to end it. I will, let's do a mic check real quick. Henry Intam, I think that's how you pronounce that. Do you have a question for David?
Yes. My question is, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. My question is this. can we just, is there nothing we can do? Because I know we have the problems, we have seen the problems. Are there no solutions? What steps can we start to take from now in order to, because when we look at it, the future is bleak. The future is not looking good at all, because we have seen that a lot of our political leaders are compromised. For instance, the incident that that lady Gidado is a deputy director in a government parastatal and is working for an outside entity. That is a criminal offense. So is there nothing we can do in order to redeem the situation? That's my question.
Please mute your mic.
All right.
Please mute your mic. So I think Dr. Shegun will be in the best place to answer that question.
All right, we don't see he's not on the space right now. Once he's back, we'll see how he can give any insights to actions that can be taken, because I think that's the question. What action can we take at this time, at this juncture, concerning the telomeres conundrum we find ourselves? Because right now, I don't know anybody can come up, or any entity can come up, organization, and say that, oh, they've been monitoring our system to tell us that yes, all telomeres in the country is out of the country. Anybody who comes to say that right now, I mean, yeah, I don't know how how anybody can bring any kind of confidence with a confidence statement saying that telomeres is no longer in the country, because we remember when that report was made, that was a big deal, and some people were showing, I don't know if they were fake or not, telomeres where it was being already shipped to farmers in the north. So maybe I can see Pastor Sheko is here requesting the mic. Let's give him a quick shout to see if he can. He's connecting right now, so let's give it a minute. While he's getting on the space, Tony, I will ask you to present your question to either David or Pastor Shags, and they can take the questions together.
Thank you very much, West Africa Weekly. If you would permit me, I would like to take a moment to thank the panelists for such a beautiful session. And actually, the last speaker actually addressed a part of my question, but I want to go a bit deeper based on the picture that David painted about the global structure as it is right now. The West, the South, and the East, meaning the Southern Hemisphere encompassing Africa, and primarily Africa has been seen and by design as a source of raw material, right, to feed the global West. Now, my question is this, David. Knowing fully well that geopolitics plays a major role in all of this, and knowing the situation in Africa, fundamentally, the inability of Africans to travel, exchange ideas, and trade freely. How, in your opinion, or any of the panelists, I would appreciate if anyone can address this question. How can we, as Africans, find a way, a middle ground, a way to enlighten and educate our people? And I don't mean particularly Nigeria itself, because the price of Gary in Nigeria is pretty much defined by geopolitics, but it affects every other African country. How can we start breaking these barriers in order to bring Africa forward? That would be my question. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I think I'm going to push this question to Mayowa, and then I'm going to add my 2 cents afterward. Maiwa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Basically, I will refer to cases like this where British NGOs linked to British government, foreign governments, monitoring the flow of information in a country that is not with sovereignty. It sort of indicate that the world is watching us, and then we are being watched, we are not much in the know of what is going on in global affairs that actually have a level of dependence on our country in terms of mineral resources that benefit the country. So, to answer the question of how we can approach or move forward as a country, not just a country but a continent that the world depends on, I think we the idea of informing the people around us actually plays a role to first understand what we are in, because if the first step in solving a problem is realizing you have one, which is the level of global interference in our local politics. So we have to identify that we have a problem, which is global interference, and then how do we deal with it? It is by situations like this where exposed documents are being exposed for to know the enemy that we have at hand, and knowing the enemy we have at hand sort of creates some sort of leverage to tackle the situation. So these sort of documents have come, and then we realize, okay, these people have interest in more controlling the flow of information in our country, and then how do we fight back if they go covertly to monitor and with our flow of information, all in the aim of controlling narratives in our country, which violates every fiber of sovereignty that Nigeria owes there. And then we need to inform our people of the danger this kind of interference poses to our community in terms of economic and we strength things down to the level of market value and prices of things we consume in the country. So media literacy is actually one of the solutions that comes to mind. People doesn't really consume information as much as we should, because if you are exposed to a lot of informations, then you know how to address the situation of international meddling into our local affairs in the country. And then from media literacy, if our people have the level of media literacy, they have access to information, and they understand how flow of information actually works, and then they'll be able to inform their mind, because an uninformed mind cannot really fight an unforeseen enemy that operates under the shadow, which in rare cases like this, leaked documents actually bring them to us, which to our benefit is sort of an advantage, because leaked document actually expose us to, okay, this is what is actually going on, and it's brought us back to fighting back. And how do we fight back? Is by resisting and then standing on our ground on what these people have sort of addressed or label us as pro-Kremlin, when in fact what we are actually doing is speaking and sharing independent opinions, either critical or of opinion that stand to be true, which in these cases that's the case. So it's all about using situations like this where leaked documents are provided, and then to resist and stand on what you are fighting for, which is no foreign influence should interfere in our local politics, as long as Nigeria has its sovereignty, regardless of and even regardless of the fact that we have a political system that are highly corrupt as it is. Even at that, we still need to stand on the ground of maintaining that resistance of no issue of political interference outside, be it possible from secret intelligence agencies that have interests or what so-called foreign policy in our country. So it's about resisting and maintaining that, okay, this is what we don't want in our country. And then you don't get to tell us how the flow of information operates or flow in the country. I think with that going forward, we're able to, maintain the idea of sovereignty in itself, because without the people knowing what is going on, they can't actually defend their sovereignty. So that's my submission of that.
Thanks. And I think what I will add on to that is that in addition to merely just informing people, which is what I guess we try to do at West Africa Weekly. For those who don't know, West Africa Weekly is not a typical Nigerian news platform that is just reporting breaking news. Minister said this, Tinubu scratched his nyash. That's not what we're here for, right? We're looking for a specific type of story, a story that has value to the audience. We have a very key focus in geopolitics, because we had a conversation last year as a newsroom, and we came to understand that a lot of the Nigerian or the West African audience is very, very politically illiterate when it comes to, global geopolitics. A lot of the West African audience doesn't really understand where its interests even lie. So we took it upon ourselves that our strategic interest as a newsroom will be to focus on stories that advance our audience's understanding of geopolitics, which raises the level of consciousness in our audience. But in addition to doing that, I think it's also important that what people like us, people in this position also do, is that when we get this rare opportunity, like an opportunity like this, where the external hand that has always been involved, like quietly but very effectively pushing events in a certain direction and ensuring that things never improve. When the rare occasion like this happens, where it overextends itself and then it exposes itself, and we get to see how the sausage is actually made. I mean, there's a tweet on the Jumbotron now. If you scroll through, the whole 41-page document is on that tweet in pictures. You can see the inner workings of what neocolonialism actually looks like. This is how they maintain control of a country. This is the thing they call hybrid warfare or soft power. All these terms they use to couch, propaganda warfare in high-sounding language. You can actually see what it looks like in practice. This is how they monitor. This is how they track and trace. This is how they strategize for dealing with threats. And then this is their action strategy for if you like eliminating threats. This is how so and so happens. You can see it in detail. So when the opportunities like this present themselves, it's very important that we use platforms like this to scream it from the rooftops and then to break it down in very, very granular detail, which is why I've personally carried this story on my head. I've made it almost impossible for anybody who is active in the Nigerian political, online space to not have seen this document, right? It's everywhere. I've made it freely available for download on my Google Drive and on my Scribe account. I've put it on Twitter. I've put it on LinkedIn. I've put it on Instagram. It's everywhere, right? This thing will be plastered in front of your face. That the next time someone tells you that there is high-level foreign interference in Nigeria and in West Africa and in Africa, and it's malign interference for purposes that do not align with your interests, you can actually have something to refer to, that this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not just something that some guy said on a podcast one day. This is the material evidence that this stuff is real, right? This is not some speech from Kwame Nkrumah in 1966. This is a real ongoing reality. This is the evidence. These are the nuts and bolts of how certain people from certain countries maintain control of your country without your consent. This is how they ensure that your country is permanently kept in a certain type of poverty. This is how they ensure that since most of us were born, we have never seen our currency appreciate before. Our currency has depreciated. I mean, I was born in 1990. I'm 35 this year. For 35 straight years, I have never seen the Naira appreciate before. For all my 35 years on earth, when I was born, the Naira was maybe 20 Naira to $1, 15 Naira to $1. It's close to 1,500 now. From year to year, it has never happened in my entire lifetime that I have seen a Naira appreciate or even remain stable. These things are by design, right? And you can see how now, for the first time, that certain people do have an interest in Nigeria and in Africa, because that's another narrative. That's another disinformation narrative that these people have very cleverly inserted as a meme into Nigerian public discourse. That, oh, you people are not important. You are not important enough for us to even care about. You don't register on the scale. You don't matter. We're more concerned with countries like Iran and, North Korea, countries that have nuclear weapons. They actually matter. Who gives a hell? Who gives a crap about you? Bloody idiots in Africa. You're too poor, whatever. We even give you aid. That's a meme that they inserted into public discourse very successfully in Africa, so that Africans don't realize that not only do they have interest in Africa, but they are very, very actively pursuing that interest and have been doing so all our lives. It's just that they do so behind these multiple layers of plausible deniability and secrecy. So now that an opportunity like this has presented itself, it's very important that we make this education very widespread to people. That this is what that foreign interference looks like. It's not as if there's one James Bond somewhere who flies in and and is doing some kind of crazy stunts underground, assassinating president. That's not how it works. Instead, there's one NGO whose funding arrangement is very, very murky, and they will never answer the question about where exactly the money comes from, and it's very difficult to trace. And this NGO will give itself some very Orwellian sounding name, Center for Information Resilience. And then the people who staff this NGO with all the people who work with some foreign office or when with basically they're all spies, they're all intelligence agents, right? And then they start to hire useful idiots locally who think that they are part of the power structure, even though they are really not. So, for example, at this Center for Information Resilience, the Nigerian point man there, a guy called Samuel Olaniran, who is apparently the one running this smear campaign project, he probably thinks that he's a big fish there. Meanwhile, he's actually just Oyinbo people's useful idiot, right? He's a puppet. And that's how this neocolonialism actually works. And you can see it in very, very granular detail now, which is why I made sure that all the material that I had access to, I put pretty much everything out there. So you can see the emails. This is how it's structured. They will send the Nigerians, or they will send the Black people to do it. You will never see the Oyinbo person send you that email, so that the Oyinbo person doesn't get caught lacking. If that email leaks, it's the Nigerian who gets his ass burnt, right? The Oyinbo person's name doesn't appear in the email. The Oyinbo person never exposes themselves in any way. It's only the Nigerians who are, or the Black people, the Africans, the natives, whose feet are held to the fire, right? You've seen the screenshot, for example, from the Slack channel, where you can see how the Oyinbo spy there is telling the journalists who are concerned, now that the thing has blown up in their faces, and it's telling them, oh, we recommend that you don't engage. Why wouldn't you engage if you're trying to defend your honor as a journalist? Well, it's because the Oyinbo person wants this whole thing to die down. They're trying to cover the agency's ass. So whatever happens to you is completely, by the way, and unimportant. You are expendable. So it's also important that even the journalists or the local tools who are often just so excited to be part of an Oyinbo project because there's dollars involved, and they'll fly you out to Nairobi and Cape Town and wine and dine you, and you get to fuck South African women and you feel happy with yourself. It's very important that these people see that behind that veneer of good life that you think you have, this is what's actually happening. You are taking part in a foreign intelligence operation. You are playing with forces that are way more powerful than you understand. You are working against your own interest, and this thing is not going to end well for you. I think for the first time now, journalists, certainly of my generation, are starting to understand that in Nigeria, that all these grants they're always giving you, all those places they're always flying you to, all those gifts they always collect, all these trinkets that they're always bringing, is this just a redux of the same thing Oyinbo people have been doing in Africa for the past 500 years? Like every time a white man comes to Africa with gifts, you should be worried. So I think now that there's this public education campaign going on, which West Africa Weekly is leading, I think this is a very good teachable moment. And I think we're doing exactly the right thing. And I hope there are many more moments like this, so that that level of political consciousness, which ultimately is what is needed to move the conversation forward, we can achieve that critical mass. We're not there yet, but it's only a matter of time.
All right. Thank you, David.
So,
Pastor Shags.
yeah.
Go ahead and go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add to some of the thoughts that David just shared, and it's
Pastor
very
Shek,
important. Yeah.
I would like to ask a question. So would you probably you just allow me ask my question and then you respond and also add to what David wants to say. Okay, yeah. So before now, somewhere in my head I have some answers to this question, and it kind of feels like a stupid question. But how then do you know it's a stupid question? So before now, the Oyibos are just so invested in keeping Africa underdeveloped infrastructurally, and they just pretty much have your food, eat and die in the country, but no development, die poor. But now they are aggressively turning on food. This is basically like killing all of us, because if we do not have money to keep going back to subscribe, just like David described it, that it's more like a Netflix subscription, and if we are not able to do the subscription, it's basically we are going to die. So now that they are aggressively turning to food, one of the basic things of life, why are they turning there now? What changed all of a sudden? Are they tired? What changed basically that they are now turning to food to take that away from Africa?
Yeah, thanks. Okay, I would answer that question with an analogy. So imagine you received a visitor into your house. The visitor came in. So the visitor sits in the parlor. You serve him water, and then he's there. Then after a while, the visitor says, why are you watching a 32-inch television? I could get you a 46-inch, and then you tell the visitor, go ahead. And the visitor replaces your TV for you. Then the visitor says, come, this chair isn't so comfortable. Can I change the chair? And then the visitor, go ahead. Then the visitor changes the chair. Then the visitor says, let me push my lock. The visitor says, can I look at your bedroom? Then he goes to your bedroom and then he says, your bed is not a very comfortable one. Let me change the bed. Then you then says again, go ahead. Then the visitor is like, this is unbelievable. Then the visitor eventually says, you know what? So you now have to move to the visitor's room, and I'm taking over your bedroom, and your wife inclusive. So that's actually where we are right now. It's, they started gradually, and then it's almost looking like, are these people really that daft? We've taken over their petroleum, we've taken over their economy, we're giving them the little crumbs from our table, and they're rejoicing, they're happy. They literally fund our education. They literally fund us in the UK. I mean, so how much more can we take? Let's try and take over the very oxygen in their nostrils. Let's take over their food. Let's see how bad, how foolish they are. And that's actually what's going on. it's almost unbelievable to think that they were going to get to this point in neocolonialism, but actually we're here. And that's why, so to answer your question, you know, they rode on our backs so much that they found out that, man, these guys are so daft. Let's just keep them in a limbo while we take over absolutely everything. You know, so then to the topic on, you know, how do we get here as Africa and what do we need to do? You know, you see, when we talk about Africa is a global village, Africa is a global village, a lot of times a lot of people are like, yes, the global village. But what we don't realize is that in a village, there are the human beings and there are the animals. So we haven't really taken our time to find out who are we in this village, in this quote unquote global village. Because if at every point in time they have a humanitarian aid for you at every point in time, don't you think that they see us as the dogs, that they throw the bone, they are done eating, they throw the bone at us? Don't you think that that is how we are perceived in that so-called global village? I mean, think about it. Just recently, and this is true story, at the National Assembly, the Committee on Constitution Review was having a meeting. Now, that committee is always under the purview of the Deputy Speaker. And there were 4 NGOs, 4 organizations at that meeting. Now, every committee they will always have a consultant, and they would always have other organizations that they draw resources from. So this Committee on Agricultural Research was having a meeting, and guess the 4 organizations that were sitting down there with them at Nigeria's Constitution Review. The first was MacArthur Foundation. The second, Rockefeller Foundation. The third, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And the 4th organization was the European Union Commission. So how in the world will these 4 organizations be sitting at Nigeria's Constitution Review meeting? Now you think,
okay, hold on a second. Hold on 1 sec. We will need you to repeat that again. In the meantime, Deji and King Zaga, Deji first, please get ready to ask a question. And Pastor Shags, please slowly repeat that again. Thank you.
all right, so I said that, every committee in the House of Assembly always have what you call consultants, technical consultants. And so, because, I mean, do you really expect our Babaringa wearing lawmakers to really sit down behind computers, doing all the research, doing all the study and all that? So they have their aides and all, but then they also have research organizations and technical consultants. And very recently, the Committee on Constitution Review was having a meeting, and there were 4 organizations. So these 4 organizations were at that meeting, Nigeria's Constitution Review. And first of all, there's another organization called the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC. Now, PLAC is the official, like they are the consultants to this committee. And then PLAC brings her friends. And these 4 friends that PLAC brings to this Constitution Review is 1, MacArthur Foundation, 2, Rockefeller Foundation, 3, European Union Commission, and 4, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, sitting down at when you say our DNA, the Constitution, the very essence, something that guides our people, they are sitting down there, then you're wondering how suddenly the government is trying to take certain steps, and you're wondering, where is this thing coming from? Where is that thing coming from? Of course, policy basically. If they can influence our policy making, then they can influence and direct all of us. So we can sit and keep talking, saying everything we want to say. Then at the end of the day, some people are somewhere influencing policy. And then at the end of the day, we are forced to move in a certain direction because of the policy. And you see, this is one reason why I personally advocate for a lot of our involvement in non-partisan politics. Let us get in. See, there are many. Governance is a combination of many moving parts. There are many people in this, even this very current administration, that, when you hear them speak, they will sound like you and I. But because we are far away from them and they are far away from us, that linkage with them is not yet giving them the confidence and the strength to do what is needful, even from within. So I'm looking at, yes, we know these things. We need to start finding ways to become these consultants. We need to start finding ways, and we have to find a way. We cannot wait for a circle of government to come and go before we say, okay, it's going to be our turn the next time. You don't know how much damage would have been done before that next turn. So whatever, it starts from associations. Start from, okay, you're a lawyer, you're in the NBA, you're in the association of whatever profession you are in. What are you doing there? What policies are you driving? Or are you one of those who will be expecting a prayer in your email after every time money is shared? I can tell you a story about how they almost brought and executed how they brought Abacha's loot one time. And the way they will say that, okay, Abacha's loot has come, blah, 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 blah. We're going to use the loot to develop our educational system, blah, 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 blah. And that's how it came one of those times. And they said, this is true story again. Said the loot is here, and so we're going to use it to develop our educational system. So stakeholders in the educational boards and all that, so they gathered everybody together. So let's review the new curriculum that we're going to use to develop our educational board. But we want to appreciate these guys who have once again repatriated our funds home for development. Everybody put your hands together for so and so. And they were applauding these guys for repatriating funds from Abacha's loot home to develop our curriculum and all that. And then they said, okay, so everyone will send prayers to you, yada, yada, yada. So tomorrow will be the official signing meeting. And then the minister will sign it off, and then we would have our new curriculum based off the Abacha loot. Question: what was actually that new curriculum? That primary 1 students should know how to use condom. I'm telling you, true story in Nigeria. And it took one. Yeah. You've not even heard the half of it. How to have sex without getting pregnant from primary school. What are condoms? And body parts for sex and all of that. So it took a brave woman who I met personally, was in the meeting, wasn't invited, and then she raised her hand and said, can we have a copy of this curriculum that you want to release? And they were like, no, madam, no. But she insisted. Finally got a copy. And the following day, when they were going to sign this particular document, the woman had made many copies of it, and she had written all her reservations with the new curriculum. Apparently, they didn't want the people, the stakeholders, to see it. And she had written it, got there very early, and as they were going in, she hands everybody a copy of her review. And everyone saw it, and of course, because there was an outcry. And if you check the newspapers, I think 2 years ago, March, you will see when the Muslim Society stood up against LGBT curriculum. That was actually what led to that news. So when we wait for the news to happen, many times we're actually too late. So we need to get somehow involved in what is going on. These foreigners are infiltrating at every point and at every turn. And the worst thing that could ever happen to their agenda is the eyes of the young people, the young population, to take their eyes away from sports betting, from Big Brother Naija, from Yahoo and the rest of it, and to start looking at them. They get very uncomfortable with it. I remember once BBC's fact checker, Jack Godman, in 2020, I was putting out a lot of posts about the COVID vaccines and all, and then one day the guy reaches out to me and asks me, "So where are you getting all this information from? How come you know these things?" And then I said, "Is it that we're not supposed to know in Africa?" He said, "Yes. This information is not supposed to, because something just happened in the UK about a funeral director who found out that the COVID shots was causing a unique kind of blood clotting and all, and the news was still very fresh in the UK, and I was pointing it out to him that, okay, fact check this one, and then the guy asks me, "How come you know this? This thing just happened." I asked him, I said, "Do you think we're living under the rock in Nigeria? You think we don't read?" And he kept quiet from there. So that's how they see us, really. They really don't want us to open our eyes and stare at them, because they'll feel very uncomfortable, especially Nigerian eyes. Look at the European Union, look at the African Union. For instance, in the next 2-3 days, African Union is going to get a new leadership. When you look at the profiles of the people who are going for that election, you already know who the French spy among them is. You already know who the UN puppet is among the three of them. Are we really looking at it? Are we looking at the African Union Agenda 63 to look at how stupid that document is? And that is what, with all the things happening across Africa, all the candidates are talking about how they'll be loyal lapdogs to those who gave them the Agenda 63. So we really need to get involved in what is going on, in citizen participation in politics, so that we can really, put a stop to some of these things. And I really want to appreciate the West African Weekly for the amazing work you guys are doing. Big ups to you guys, your team, Mayowa. I always talk with Mayowa from time to time, and I see the intentionality in educating the African youth. And one day I think I made a tweet to David, and I said, you should really think about making a book out of your tweets. Find out, I don't know, because it's something that we should start putting together and spreading across Africa. Look for a way to inculcate it into our curriculum system, because our eyes really need to open if we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor
Thank you,
Sheg.
Pastor Shags. Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Pastor Sheg. I have another question, but I'll let those who are up on the speaker section to ask their question before I'll circle back to ask other questions again. So, I think Deji is going next, right? Deji, you go first, and then King Zhang, you would go after Deji. Please.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to build on what was already said regarding the spread of information. So rightly, as the others before me have identified, that we need to kind of spread the information and make more people aware, because knowledge is power. My question then is, how can we use our current resources to get where we need to get? If we take a look at using the recent American election as an example, right? We saw that President Donald Trump was banned from several social media platforms, and essentially the message that he was trying to get across was being filtered. And the tactic or strategy now turned to, using whatever means that was available to them, either it be going out directly to people and getting people to pass the message from one place to another, or from churches to schools, wherever the case may be. In essence, he found a way to pass the message and communicate across what was happening. So I'm trying to say here that how can we use everything that's available to us, given, ideally we'd like to be able to change things from an institutional perspective, but knowing that that's not possible, how can we use every little resource available to us? I hope I made my point clear.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great question. Let's have King Zanga ask a question so you can take the 12 minutes at the same time, David. So King Zanga, go ahead.
Hi, Dave and PSX. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you.
Good. I thank you, Dave, for capturing this so well at the very, strategic level. So, the grand strategy now is what I'm going to be directing my question towards. Do you think it's about time that we start looking at the susceptibility of African leaders and Nigerian leaders to foreign corruption, and also paying a very close attention to the penetration of these foreign operators in Nigeria? I mean, a classic case that I was personally involved in was the activity of the PAG guys and the SOG guys of the SAC. I'm sure you know those guys. How they were popping out disinformation. I mean, I think right now they're trying to automate all the tools at their arsenal. Obviously, with deep fakes, artificial intelligence, they're trying to do that. And also, I know you don't want me to speak publicly on this or the other side, so I will appreciate PSX if you will respond to Dave with the list, and we will take action on the location of those GMO farms in Nigeria for their destructions. All right, thank you.
Yeah, real quick, we are not promoting destruction or private property, but PSX, please go ahead and share the information that's available to him for information basis and not for malicious intent. But both of you go ahead and respond. First question is: we have limited resources. What can we do with those limited resources at our disposals to do what needs to be done? And then sharing additional information to let us know where these locations are with the GMOs and everything else concerning our health. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay, go ahead first.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, if you look through these documents, which I think holds the reason I think this document is so important is that you were never supposed to see it, and it provides you with a very, very clear insight into how these people think and what their strategy is, and you realize that they are not actually. I mean, they are sophisticated in the sense that they have all these monitoring tools and they have all this tracking and tracing and monitoring capability, right? But in terms of their actual capacity to put a message in your head and make you believe something, at the end of the day, they're not that sophisticated. The basic unit of propaganda hasn't really changed since the early 1930s. It's still the same basic thing that repeat a message in multiple different ways and drum it into your ears until you start to convince yourself that you came up with it, and then you start to believe it. That's simply what they do. There's no magic involved in what they do, and you will even see in their own documents they concede that they are actually, to a large extent, they are actually losing the information war. Now, being dishonest as they are then claiming that the only reason that people are not paying attention to our BBC and whatnot anymore is because of Russian foreign interference, yada, yada, yada. They're trying to pin it on Russia, that somehow Russia is the, because I guess it's also a post-empire sort of coping mechanism, right? Because you were never supposed to be free from their point of view as an African. So they can't really psychologically accept the reality that, many Africans are looking at them at eye level and can see them for what they are. So instead, they're like, oh, no, it's not, it couldn't possibly be African speaking from a Pan-African point of view, that no, it's Russia. So somehow we need to negate Russia's influence, and we need to tag and smear everybody as Russian backed or whatever. So, but from that, you can smell their weakness. Their weakness, which they've been hiding from you, is that they're actually not that good at seeding messages into African minds. And that to put messages into African minds, they always need Africans to do it. They themselves are actually terrible at it. Maybe it's because of that, that unquenchable sense of superiority, that disgusting superiority complex that they all walk around with, and you just sense it and it makes you very uncomfortable. Whatever it is, they are just very, very, very bad at directly putting messages into African heads. So what that tells me is that if you are someone who is trying to work on an opposing strategy because let's be very clear about this. This is an information war. Anyone who's listening to this is very clear about this. We're at war, right? This is what they call hybrid warfare, right? Hybrid warfare basically means that in addition to putting planes in the sky and bombs on the ground, you can destroy society using just information, right? And that's what we're in the middle of. We're in the middle of World War III, right, which is being fought primarily through the means of hybrid warfare. So to fight this information war, to defend ourselves successfully in this information war, it's actually not as complicated as you think it is. We literally just need to continue doing exactly what we've been doing, which is that our narratives, we just need to keep on amplifying them and putting them out there. Simply put, a very large part of the African audience, the reason that critical mass hasn't yet been achieved within the African audience is not necessarily because there is a majority of
Yeah, hello, David. We've lost you if you.
Sorry.
Check your connection.
Sorry,
okay, go ahead.
My phone did that thing again. So I was saying, like I think it was Dr. Shegun that made this point. A large part of the African audience, right, the critical mass that we currently don't have, those people, it's not necessarily that there is one Muzungu that's put ideas into their heads that they believe. It's actually that there is not much going on upstairs at all. They are focused on inanities. They're focused on what, very dark man said about Messi Chinwo. They are focused on, sports betting and sex. Sex is a very big thing. They're focused on reality TV and football, especially distractions, basically. So what we need to do is basically accelerate what we've already been doing, which is basically that we keep on pushing out our message, and then we keep on ensuring that people understand that the reason why things are getting worse around you, the reason why the cost of living is spiking through the roof, the reason why you cannot find a mini flat for 1 million naira in Lagos anymore, even though salaries haven't increased in real terms since 2014, the reason why you can't buy a bag of rice with 60,000 naira, right? The reason why, like, the onions have become like gold in Nigeria, that all these things are connected, and the reasons connected to the same reason why basically your governance has been devalued so horribly, especially over the past 10 years, and that these are the people who are ultimately responsible for it. Most people haven't been able to make that link yet, which is why that critical mass hasn't been accomplished. But an increasing number of people are in fact making the link. What is also helping is that just due to sheer access to information now, availability of internet, and then the fact that a lot of people are also starting to travel. Previously it was the case that most Nigerians just didn't know anything about the world beyond Nigeria. But everybody now has a family member who lives in the UK or somewhere. So people's minds are opening up, and people are starting to understand that these guys that you maybe have been trained to reflexively think of as perfect or good or whatever, that, there's some really messed up thing going on with them. And you really shouldn't trust them like that. And I think that's a good thing. So really, this is going to be a matter of time. It's not going to be like in the next 2 years, things are going to change dramatically. I definitely don't think that's going to happen. I think we're looking at a 5 to 10 year project, but it's happening. The fact is they are losing the information battle, not necessarily because we are so brilliant at what we are doing in this part of the world, but simply because the access to information is expanding. So except these people want to, I don't know, go and look, drop a bomb on MTN headquarters and make sure that Nigerians don't have access to internet anymore, I think it's almost inevitable at this point. That critical mass will be reached. So we literally just need to continue what we're doing. It's a slow burn. It's not fast. That's something I've had to accept since 2023. There is probably, Nigeria is probably not the kind of place where there's going to be a dramatic event like Niger or Burkina Faso. It's very unlikely. Nigeria is too big. So it's more likely to be a slow burn kind of thing, but eventually it's going to happen. It's almost inevitable.
Thank you, Pastor David. Pastor Shag, anything to contribute on that?
Yeah. So about resources. So the truth of the matter is this: our strength is in our numbers. We are everywhere. Our youthful population, and look at what the youths of Nigeria did during the NSAS. The movement. So our strength is in our numbers, and one of the reasons why I'm very particular about the GMO fight is because it touches everybody, really. It touches both the good, the bad, the ugly. It touches both the APCs, the PDPs, or even the Labour Party people. It touches everyone. And both the patriots and the betrayers, it touches them. You have to attain a certain level of evil for you to know the dangers with that thing, and you're still promoting it. You're Thanos level evil. So the GMO war is a very interesting one to me personally because it has the capabilities of waking everybody up. It's almost unbelievable because the next meal you want to eat, you don't know where it's from, you don't know what's in it. I have a friend in Southern Africa, Rotendo Matinyarare. He took food samples from their local fast foods and sent them for analysis, and they all came back with GMOs and glyphosate tests. They're all positive. So, and this was actually from Zimbabwe, a country where GMOs are banned, actually. So so think about Nigeria. So think about the amount of GMOs we're consuming. Think about, I have a document here. I will share it on Twitter, maybe later today or tomorrow, that they said that they can actually grow in the genome of the plant. They can grow a vaccine in it. And I had a chat with Rosdado once on WhatsApp, and she said to me, as in directly to me, that GMO bananas are coming and they'll have vaccine in them. So you're looking at something that, they're not even concerned about vaccine overdose with these things. They are currently running those trials in Uganda at the moment, So if we don't wake up at the GMO war, I wonder what's going to wake us up, So our strength is in our numbers, and we are growing. More and more, we are speaking, we're talking, and everyone is gradually waking up. The fact that at the time, many people had this blind trust for the West, and it's actually due to our education. We were educated wrongly. What we learned was an education. They will tell you Mungo Park discovered River Niger. How did they discover River Niger? How? Look at the Namibians. They forbade Namibians up until 1990 to talk about a genocide that wiped out, the first genocide of the 20th century was actually in Namibia, and it was genocide for eugenics. They cut off their heads and sent the heads to Germany to study what actually was making Africans, and this was it's almost no one is talking about Namibia. The only time we remember Namibia is when we're complaining about the fact that they are highly underpopulated, but no one is talking about the fact that there was crazy genocide in Namibia, killing off millions of their populations. And then when it was time for the Germans to repatriate funds to them, you know what they said? They said they don't believe they committed genocide in Namibia because I mean, think about it. They don't think they didn't think they were doing it to human beings. And the same Germany and Namibia were made to host the UNGA 79th Assembly of the United Nations. I mean, how foolish can a whole nation be, to take that kind of insult? 60% of the land in Namibia still belongs to the Germans, the colonials. So our education is wrong. They were educated, the youths in Namibia were educated not to talk about the genocide. No news media wants to carry it. So you look at it, South Africa is ruled by proxy. The education is still faulty till this very date. So we believe so much in education, but it eventually trains us for their system. And that's one of the reasons why psychologically and subconsciously, the African youth wants to japa to go and study there. And then he feels when he gets there, he can, I was literally somewhere and the lady was sharing a testimony. She thought it was a testimony, that God has done it for her. Her child has gotten asylum in UK. I was like, I don't understand. So you see, we've been trained to look in their direction, but until we begin to re-educate ourselves, and you see, there's a project from one of my friends who's currently working on a project to create a new curriculum in history for African youths, and he's doing it from the from the African Union, and they're going to adopt it around schools in Africa. That's a step forward. So we need to have more conversations like this. We need to have more link-ups like this. We need to link ourselves up across the continent, for us to grow this conversation. Let's let it grow in our minds. Let me tell you something. If you think about these things that we've talked about today, if you think about it for a while, it's not going to take so long before it starts growing ideas in your mind and then linking you up with people across the continent. And that's actually what we need. This is the unity that they are fighting. It's easier currently to import things from China than to import from Gabon or Namibia. Right now as it is, it's cheaper to fly to UK than to go to Ethiopia currently as I speak to you. And these are the problems, So as more of us begin to get into government, as more of us begin to take positions of authority and policies and power across the continent, we must have educated minds to go with it. And, like I will say again, don't distinguish yourself from those who are currently occupying the offices in government, because many of your friends, many people who believe what we believe are there currently, and they are willing to work with us. And this is where I say again that we must look beyond partisan politics. Yes, the 001 might be what you call him to be, and all that, but there's so many other people that we need to start recruiting them. Many of the inroads I currently have to do the things I'm doing and have conversations with them in the places of policy and governance is because I appeal to, there are people within who believe what you believe. So let's build this community, build it big. Like, this is David here linking up with several of us. I think this is my first space with David. And also, imagine we now have more people. Maybe tomorrow I bring a Rotendo from South Africa, then we bring someone else from East Africa. And then, before long, this movement will be unstoppable. So our resource is actually our numbers, and we're growing. Thank you.
So, thank you so much for that response. Excellent. Just maybe a slight problem with the whole. I was going to ask Pastor Shags. I have two questions for you, and after that, we'll say about lastborn. You can mute and ask your question to our co-host and our guest speaker, and then Commando, you can ask your question about lastborn. And I trust all they can take all 3 or 4 questions together. Pastor Shags, do you believe in prayer and fasting to resolve the issue we have in Africa? And is there any group doing the monitoring of our food security system? About lastborn, go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Please just make it short. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is regarding manufacturing. So, while David was speaking earlier, that's basically why I had to pick up the mic. Um, I, I know that for Africa to develop, we need to industrialize, and for us to industrialize, we need to manufacture things, right? So I believe the same thing that is happening in the journalism world is also happening in the manufacturing industry, where we have NGOs, local NGOs working for foreign NGOs to have sort of like seminars, etc., to look out for the best brains, the guys that are having engineering and innovations in our country, that have startups and all sort of stuff. They pick them up and they literally make them lazy. They change their life to the positive. You see someone who has probably built up something very nice that you think could solve a problem in the country, and suddenly he now has a nice life, traveling all over the world, traveling for seminars whatsoever, and you don't see the product that's giving him this money. However, you see him making posts about one seminar after the other. His life is permanently good, but there is no result of that ingenuity, that genius brain that put him out there in the first place. And you have companies of, let's say, small startups as well that have totally lost track of what they are actually set up for. All they just do is write proposal for grants, get grants, do some trainings, and there's nothing happening with them actually taking out, bringing out products into the market. And these are people who are fantastic with their brain. These are people who are good with their minds. These are like the real engineers that can actually drive the manufacturing sector in the country. So my question is, how do we actually educate these people? Like to tell them that what they have upstairs, they should pursue instead of looking for an easy way out. Because these individuals who are giving you these stipends, who are giving you this little money to make your life look good, is in comparison with your fellow Nigerians, but not in comparison to themselves, are actually trying to make you lazy. They're not trying to like improve or encourage you to do better. Because if they were, you would have products out there in the market rather than just traveling the world, spending your time on seminars and webinars and etc. I don't know if my
Excellent question. Yeah, yeah, excellent question. That's a great. I never really thought about what you just said till you said it the way you said it in that perspective. Yes, Commando, go ahead, and we can take your 3 or 4 questions together. Commando, are you able to speak? Okay, we don't have him. David and Pastor Shag, please go ahead.
Okay, so I think I'll go first. Yeah, you're absolutely right in saying that that is what is happening. And it's not just in manufacturing. The same thing also happens in tech, as I'm sure you're aware, where there's a whole class of supposed tech bros now that have built a whole cottage industry out of basically applying for grants. And they're just constantly, receiving one grant or the other for God knows what, and no actual work is happening. This phenomenon that you are describing is part of this deliberate deindustrialization strategy that I spoke about. There's a term for it. It's called NGOization. So the NGOization of your economy, which means that all the productive people and sectors of your economy are converted into this unproductive paper pushing, report and grant writing stuff. So basically, you guys just become consumers. The only part of the economy that moves is the consumption economy. And a great example of this is Abuja, a city of 4 million people that has zero industrial base. Zero, nothing. Nothing is made in or around Abuja. Abuja is a pure consumer economy, the definition of a Potemkin village. No industrial base whatsoever. To the best of my knowledge, it's probably the largest city in the world that has no hint of an industrial base. Everything that is consumed in Abuja is brought from outside Abuja. Nothing is made in Abuja. And that's a typical NGO economy ecosystem. So when your entire country, it's all well and good if you have one city like that in a country of 200 million, the country can absorb it. But when you have your entire country being, effectively converted into that consumer economy, and then your country's economy becomes held up by aid money or by grant money, which has happened in other places. So, for example, in Somalia, this happened, and it got to the point where essentially the only place where there was any money in the Somalian economy was in the grant sector. Something similar happened in Liberia and in Sierra Leone as well, where it was so bad that in every ministry and even in the president and vice president's office, you'll be seeing white people embedded by these grant agencies. So basically, there's no decision that was made in these countries, even up to the president's office, without some white guy signing off on it first, which means that everything that's happening in the country, in fact, the people in London and DC know about it first, even before the president. So it's very deliberate. How do you reverse that? Again, I don't think it's a simple matter of like going to preach to the individual people themselves, because that doesn't work in Nigeria. In Nigeria, all people can see is what is in front of them. So if I can see that there's a $20,000 grant in front of me, and in my mind, I'm already calculating what I'm going to use the $20,000 to do. I'm converting it to naira, and I'm like, wow, that's about 35 million naira. I'll buy a nice car, and I'll do this, I'll do that. And then you now come and tell me that no, instead of doing that, I should be looking for how to do something productive. I'll tell you, you're an idiot. Leave me alone to enjoy my life, because that's how Nigerians are. So I think what will fix that is as I said earlier, a mass political awakening in Nigeria, when people are finally able to link what is in front of them with a wider picture of why they are where they are. When instead of just looking at that $20,000 and converting this 35 million naira in his head and celebrating, because for the next 1 year his consumption has been sorted out, you should rather think that, wait, why is $20,000 35 million naira anyway? Because just 10 years ago, $20,000 was basically how much? It was basically about 3 or 4 million naira. So what happened in the space of 10 years that created this 700 and something percent effective inflation? And then you link that to the fact that, okay, well, there was a significant degrading in economic management and governance of your country. And that was caused by a regime change operation that took place in 2015. Who was behind that regime change operation? Okay, the people who were behind the regime change operation are the same people who are offering me this $20,000 now. So are they doing this in my interest, or is there something else that is happening here? Eventually, when our people learn to link cause and effect, that's when this thing will stop. But that clearly is not happening right now, which is why I said this is a 5 to 10 year process. And I'm very happy, actually. You might find it surprising that I'm saying this, but I'm very happy that Bola Tinubu is the president, because I think this is the best type of scenario for that learning to take place. Right. The problem with the president like Buhari was that the decline was graded. It was gradual. Right. It was manageable. Right. With the president like Tinubu, the decline is like it's literally falling off a cliff every day. Like literally everybody's standard of living is absolutely crashing into a well. I know people who would have been classed as middle class in 2020 who are basically living from hand to mouth now, struggling to feed their kids and wondering how they're going to make their next rent and school fees payments month after month after month. That has happened now, and that's going to worsen. And I think that's a good thing, because eventually that suffering, which is, in my opinion, the only thing that Nigerians really learn from, that suffering is what will force our people to finally stand up and look up instead of looking in front of them. Look up, what's really happening here? Which crime did I commit? What is going on? Why is my life so terrible? And then finally they will link that cause and effect. So again, over the next half decade to a decade, I think that's when we're going to see this critical mass, because that's when things are really going, as they say in the movie, shit is really going to get real. And I'm sorry if that sounds like a horrible thing to say, but I'm speaking from a realist point of view.
Pastor Shanks, please.
All right. Thank you, David. My network kicked me out and I was away for some time, and I definitely missed a lot. But I want to circle back to one of the points Pastor Shakes made. He said he was going to share a document about GMOs being vaccines or so. And I just wanted to point out that we have a report, I think we would retweet it. We have a report that Rose Gidado confirmed that GMOs are edible vaccines. She made that confirmation in a webinar they had. It was organized by one Center for 21st Century Issues. And they were talking about the topic of that webinar. Of course, what they do best is CSO's discourse in biotechnology and GMOs application in Nigeria's agricultural system. So, yeah, this was in June of last month. Rather, the webinar was in May of last year. So we already have, there's a confirmation that, yes, GMOs are edible vaccines. So I don't know. I wanted to put that, add that information to what Pastor Sheikh said. He was going to put out a document. We will also retweet this report so that it will be on our recent tweets.
Yeah. I was actually in that webinar. I was there, and I was listening in to when Ms. Gidado was presenting, and it was she had, I think, 5 listed points she was trying to make benefits of GMO, and then the 5th one was this point you just raised, the edible vaccine thing, but she didn't mention it. So when she got to 4, she then skipped and continued. So I immediately put out a question in that very webinar. In fact, I asked her about 25 questions that day. She took off and asked her twice, Abraham, Isa, to answer the question. And we had to stress it to her. Excuse me, ma'am, are you really saying that this is this? And, she confirmed it. And that's how you have that video, that particular video. You should know that not too long after what she didn't know was that some of the people on the call recorded it. Not too long after the thing started blowing up, that particular organization, NGO, that organized that stuff deleted the video from their YouTube. But there was already a copy out there, so they can't do anything about it. So yes, and I have a written document that's from Rose Gidado, signed off by Rose Gidado. I got it from the last biosafety conference, and in that document, it says that hepatitis B vaccine will be inside plants. And here's the thing, somebody might be listening and saying, oh, this is science and technology. That's beautiful. Why are you guys against science and technology? Because that's one of the narratives they keep pushing. My question to them is this, you see, I can use tech, but I'm not going to eat tech. See, I'm not interested in eating tech because the human body was made many years ago. And, what it's compatible with is the food that God gave to us. So I'm not interested in eating technology. Really, I'm not, And because technology is never perfect. Never perfect. There's no technology of man that is perfect. Think about it. Think about every single thing man has made. It will always require an upgrade. So what are you going to do when when they tell you that, oh, sorry, we made a mistake in version 1, version 2 is going to be better. Meanwhile, you have eaten it, and the thing has given you whatsoever it is it was designed to give to you. Just like the COVID vaccines. Now they are pardoning Fauci, backdating his pardon without anybody even accusing him of anything officially. So, that's it already. So that's it. Technology is never perfect. So you cannot wake up and tell me that it is safe and effective and I should eat it. Meanwhile, your risk assessment. And again, I want to also respond to something you said you wrote to them about the risk assessment. So I also did. And when was it? I think it was in September. I had a face-off, myself and Professor Christobeg. We faced off with Professor Kudu and Abraham at Human Rights Radio in Abuja. We're in the studio. They came to meet us in the studio. So we had a face-off, a live debate. You should look it up. You guys should watch the video. It was quite a hilarious one, And while that debate was on, they said something. They said, oh, that they have among the best laboratories in Africa. And right there and then, more than 5 of their staff members called and said that as we are leaving the studio, we should be coming to their office. That if we see anything like laboratory, make we bend. That there is no single laboratory there. And they know those 2 people on set, that they are part of the people that are eating international money. That this office here is like any other government office. 2 o'clock, they leave, and so on and so forth. And all the things they were saying are the things that their international people gave them to say. And while we're having that debate, from the NBMA, now this is NABDA, so from the NBMA, their head of PR sent me a message immediately and said that the risk assessment they do, or rather they did, on TELA maize was based on the EFSA risk assessment procedure. That's the European Food Safety Authority, EFSA. And that's a 2-year testing period, 2-year risk assessment. And many countries in Europe rejected the EFSA risk assessment for GMO maize because they felt it was insufficient, and it was also short-term, that many of them are looking for the long-term impact. I mean, if you have long-term of up to 10, 15, 20 years, they're interested, not 2 years. 2 years is too short to measure or to decide that something is safe or not. And that's the best information we've gotten from NBMA, that they did the EFSA risk assessment, which is just a 2-year period of testing. So yes, I wanted to put that on record so that we all know what was done for the TELA maize that was brought into Nigeria. So to the other question, you asked if I personally believe in prayer and fasting to solve Nigeria's problems. Oh, definitely, because how did Jesus say it? He said, watch and pray, so you would watch and you would pray. So as you're watching, the watching is what we are doing. And then we also pray. He also said, faith without works is dead. So we have to also put the work while we pray. In fact, there was a time Jesus said that, it's you people that ask me questions, so I'm answering. So he said that this kind of demon does not go without praying and fasting. So there are some certain problems, some certain situations that you have to fast so you can you can get spiritual insight and guidance. And if you're very familiar with the spirit realm, you understand that there are many problems that are actually engineered by spiritual forces. It's not normal. At the World Economic Forum last year or 2 years ago, they had a shaman priest come there, read incantation and blow over people's heads before they said what they said, before they did what they did. At CERN, I don't know if you know about CERN, where they are making the Large Hadron Collider. You can look it up also. They have a lot of demonic rituals that they do there. Even United Nations is a spiritual organization. They will tell you fundamentally, it is a spiritual organization. You need to look into their website very deeply. They are linked to the Lucis Trust. United Nations was actually birthed by Lucis Trust. Lucis Trust means Lucifer's Trust. It was an organization founded in 1920 thereabout by Alice Bailey, who is a renowned Satanist, who received inspiration from an entity called Dwachkul. Dwachkul is DJWALKHUL. He has a Wikipedia page. It's not a physical entity. So if the Satanists and the guys on the other side have institutionalized their Satanism because they understand they are drawing powers from the realms of the spirit, would we think that it's just with clear eye that many of these things that are happening? So to answer your question, I believe in praying and fasting, and that's watching and praying too, and to do the things that we're doing. They are territorial spirits, and you have to deal with them. So yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pastor Shakes. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Pastor Shakes. Like I said, I missed some minutes, so I do not know if everyone has asked their questions. David, those who are on the speaker section, have they asked their questions?
Well, there's one person with his hand up, so I'm guessing he hasn't.
Okay. I just brought someone up on the speaker section. I think Eze Chikwelu. I think please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you for having me. David, everybody, I send my regards. David, I have this question to you and the rest of the team, anybody that can come up with this. David, well done for what you're doing. We're all following you. We're watching. We're hoping that things will turn around in our lifetime, which I wouldn't be wrong if I say it's almost impossible. But David, I think I've given how will I put this best? I think I've given up on the current political elite class in Africa. But my stress and my worry is the fact that the people who are positioning to take over from them, the young people, might be way, way worse than the people that we have now. So, David, when you look at the basics that we see, the people we see on the internet and we witness on our street, for example, in Nigeria, our young people or young leaders, we seem to be carried away, or people seem to be interested in very basic things centered around lust, enjoyment of food, enjoyment of body, sex, women, driving expensive cars, and that is where life ends. How do you think you guys as journalists will be able to turn that ship around in any way to help the next generation? So if you go on spaces in Nigeria, for example, your space is likely to attract people, attract attendance and participation if you are talking about sitting, sex, X-rated stuff, or food enjoyment, rather than discussing critical thinking issues and issues that borders on how do we move forward. The current young generation consider it boring, but we consider the other one exciting. But when you go over to the people on the other side, when you listen to spaces, filled with the average American, white American, they talk about strategic direction or redirection of their system. They talk about investments, they talk about futuristic issues. How do we turn around the thought process of young Africans from looking at the very basics, what I call the very basics lost of life? When I say lost, I mean LUST, Lima Uniform Sierra Tango, to looking at strategic things that matter, like what we are discussing today. The journalists, you as a journalist, do you think there is a way we can re-engineer that system? That's my question to you, David. Thank you.
My answer would be that journalism is going to play a very important role, but journalism alone is not going to save Africa. It's a general political awakening that is going to happen. As I said, it's a slow burn. I can see it happening in Nigeria. It's just not happening anywhere close to the pace I would like for it to be happening at. But I've resigned myself to the reality that Nigeria is a Mercedes-Benz 911 truck. It has the turning cycle of an oil tanker. It's very slow. But once it gets going, it's very difficult to stop. And I think we're seeing that. So we just have to deal with that reality. As far as rewiring the African mind is concerned, as I said earlier, the likes of the current presidents are, doing a lot of the job for us, right? Because I was talking to someone earlier today. I was talking to a colleague he's Zambian, but he's based in Nairobi. And I told him the reason why you guys in the Comesa region, so like parts of Eastern Southern Africa. The reason why you guys don't have the revolutionary potential that I think we have in West Africa is because you guys are very comfortable. That's what I told him. Because if you've been to like Nairobi or Lusaka, they're just lovely places. Honestly, you just want to find a house somewhere and just marry someone and just rest. You understand? It's very easy to get lost in the sauce in those places. They're very comfortable, which is why the NGO economy in those places is like it's going to take a nuclear weapon to wipe it out, honestly, because it's so deeply embedded and the people are very, very okay with it. You can live a very fulfilled and happy life inside an entire false reality that exists in those parts of Africa. But in our part of Africa, we don't have that luxury. Our part of Africa, Africa has grades, right?
I think David's phone has locked him out again.
Oh my God, I really hate this thing. So as I was saying, I often joke that Africa has grades, right? And we are the grade 5. We are the Okrika grade of Africa. So we don't have the luxury of comforts that these guys have. Consequently, the sheer amount of human suffering that we are witnessing and that we are still going to witness over the next half decade, going to a decade, is what is going to rewire our mental architecture by force. It's going to happen. Again, I wish there was another way, but unfortunately, it's just the case with Nigerians that we only learn through bitter personal experience. That's just the way we are. So it's going to happen. Nobody can stop it. I certainly can't. So if you well, let me not say if you recall, because most of us weren't around at that time. But last time Nigeria went through this sort of extreme crisis period, or sometime in the 80s under Ibrahim Babangida. And if you recall how that was at the time, the country basically ground to a halt. Basically, nothing. What eventually dug Nigeria out of the hole was that the Gulf War happened and there was a Gulf War oil windfall. And all of a sudden, public finances, rejuvenated and, things will start moving again. If you recall, by like 1988, Nigeria was basically just wasn't going anywhere. It was beached, right? And Nigeria is heading for a similar scenario where public finances, technically Nigeria is technically insolvent. Technically, because for every $1 Nigeria makes, I think something like 97 cents is going for debt repayment. So basically, like Nigeria is in a functional sense, Nigeria is not really making money. Nigerian government is insolvent. It's printing money. The exchange rate keeps spiking. Like it's in a death spiral, and nobody can.
Okay, I think we also lost David for
Jesus Christ.
Second.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna change my screen timeout.
Yeah, so David, maybe breathe, shorten your answers that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my screen timeout.
I think it's you may need to clear the cache of your
it's not that. As soon as the screen light goes off,
the screen light. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I need to change that. So yeah, as I was saying, that rewiring of mental architecture in the Nigerian space will start to happen when, for example, DSTV announces that if you want to watch football, right, if you want to watch the Premier League or Champions League or whatever, your compact DSTV compact is now costing 95,000 naira a month. And then the sort of, struggle middle class that we're still managing to have realizes that they cannot afford to watch Arsenal and Chelsea and Man U anymore. Right? And then what's it called? All these little parts of middle class life that you still manage to have in Nigeria. And everything becomes a luxury, which was what happened around the time I was born, where there was a whole class of previously middle class people who were turned into paupers. And Nigeria became extremely stratified. So some people were lucky enough to escape it and enter the 1%, which is where my parents were. And then they saw a lot of their contemporaries get crushed into the dust. That is also going to happen. And it's already started happening, actually. Arguably, it's been happening since 2016, but it's accelerating now. So I think that when we reach that critical moment where people realize that I literally can't afford food, things have never been this bad before, and I don't know what to do. Then at that point, Nigerians will finally understand that there are more important things to think about in life than who you are going to fuck next, what gist you are going to have on social media next, and all the other things that sort of act as distractions. And I really can't wait until it happens. It's not far away anymore.
It's really not far away anymore. Thank you, David. I think we'll just take the next questions, and I think I hope I can pronounce your handle. Karim.
Oxley Tech. No,
Okay, Oxley Technologies.
Oxley Tech has been here.
Okay, and then
he's been here for a minute.
And then has Barney asked his question? Barney Stinson.
And Retro Frizzle. Okay. Both have been here first. So if those two can go, Oxytech and Retro Frizzle, and then we can get a brand new queue going.
Please go ahead.
And let's make it three. Oxytech, Retro Frizzle, and Dr. Spuro something.
Mokwe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mokwe. There you go. Those three, and then we can take a brand new queue.
All right. Thank you, host. Thank you, David, for hosting this space. David, I follow a whole lot of what you put out, and I would say it's quite amazing. Some of the things that you've done and some of the things you've achieved. But what I want to ask is a personal question. Forgive me, please, if you don't mind. Some of the things you put out has caused embarrassment in very, very highly placed quarters in terms of real bloody nose, maybe in some government houses or intelligence agencies around table. You could imagine that, your name occasionally pops up on some of the things that you do, occasionally pops up in some of those high level meetings out there. So sometimes I imagine how your inboxes look like, whether it's your mail inbox or your DMs on social media and all of that. So and I wonder that this whole thing would have come to you at a very great cost, right? So my question is, do you sometimes I'm not talking about threats from Nigeria, basically, because we know it's obvious. Anybody that follows you know the obvious threat from the Nigerian side of things. So do you sometimes feel targeted by maybe some of your colleagues, because some of the things you put out have sometimes embarrassed some of your colleagues in very high places? Do you sometimes feel threatened or feel singled out by some of your colleagues? Maybe some of these Western governments, as the case may be, right? So that's question number one. Then the second question is, what advice would you have for someone that wants to go into, the field of investigative journalism? These days you must not necessarily be schooled. In other words, you're going to get a degree in mass communication or journalism and all of that. What advice do you have for someone that wants to get into some of the things that you do and do it professionally and also aspire to
Please
get to
wrap up your question.
The highest level. So that's my question.
Right. Okay. So the first question, have I ever felt targeted? Well, all the time. I mean, as recently as 2023, when, if you recall, I had an academic fellowship at the University of Cambridge, and I happened to have a book launch at the University of Oxford. And I didn't realize that even in places like that, grudges can follow you there and people can move levers. And if you recall how they managed to turn my book launch into this whole melodrama, and then there were headlines coming out calling my book launch fraudulent, and it was all the biggest edifice of bullshit you have ever seen. But some people manage to create this imaginary scandal out of nothing just to, just to blacken what should have been a milestone moment or a good memory. So stuff like that happens all the time. It's not a rare thing, which is why I'm not even really that affected by such things anymore, because I understand that there's a bigger objective in view. So the minute when people start targeting you so much, you are clearly doing something right, and you are clearly not too far away from your objective anymore. If you weren't doing something right, nobody would feel threatened by you. That's the reality. So again, I'm not that forced. It comes with the territory. It is what it is. Regarding the second question, where you said, what's my advice for anyone who wants to come into this field? So I have two pieces of advice. The first one is don't. If you don't have the mind for it, don't. Go become an engineer or an accountant or something, right? Because this requires a lot of heart. You either have it or you don't. Simple as that. Second is, if you do have the heart or you do have the motivation initially, understand that you are walking into a den of vipers, and you always have to keep your wits about you and have eyes on the back of your head and never trust anybody. This most recent development, for example, regarding this leaked document and this whole plan to label me, Kremlin journalist and all that bullshit, there are some of the names on that list that I thought I was chummy with, that I thought I was friends with. There are at least two names on that list that, I was on reasonable first name terms with. So I would have thought, if I were the one in your position and I saw this kind of thing, I would have immediately excused that, even if I was so dumb that I didn't realize that if somebody flew me out to another country and wined and dined me and convinced me to write something that is attacking someone else, and then they're paying me for it, and then they are refusing to allow me to identify them as the ones who are supporting it. They want to remain hidden. So if after all of that, I've not figured out that these are foreign intelligence operatives, even if I'm so dumb, the minute I see the name of someone that I actually know and I'm supposedly friendly with on that list, I would immediately, at the very least, I would excuse myself from it. And I would tell them, please take my name out of this thing. I don't want to be involved with this anymore, right? Instead, these people went right ahead. And then after, I went and put everybody's name out because, anybody. And then a couple of them were in my inbox complaining that, why did I do that? And I'm like, okay, so why did you do that then? Why did you not inform me that this thing is being planned and you are aware of it? You received a passworded foreign intelligence document labeling your colleague as pro-Kremlin and whatnot, clearly setting up your colleague to, clearly putting a target on his back, and you didn't think you needed to tell him. You were happy to sell your Nigerian colleague to a British foreign intelligence agency because of £1,000. And now you're telling me, why did I do that? And the person is like,
Yeah, give it a minute. He'll be back.
right. And sorry about that. And then the person is like, oh yeah, because of what happened to your sources before, they want that to happen to me, yada, yada, yada. And basically making themselves out to be the victim, right? That's the kind of field you are stepping into, right? There are a lot of your colleagues, especially in Nigeria, there are a lot of people who call themselves journalists, whose entire conception of journalism is that it's a thing you do to get grant money, and that anything at all you do to get that grant money is fine, right? So there's no ideology involved in what they do, and they will happily sell you at the first opportunity to do so. So if you're ready to deal with all of that, if you're ready to be lonely, if you're ready to have a mind of your own, and if you're ready to not be liked, if you're ready to be independent, and if you're ready to probably have a day job on the side like I do, and know that you're probably going to fund this thing by yourself, because nobody really wants to be associated with this kind of hard-hitting journalism. If you're all these things, then sure, go ahead. But if you're not, again, probably go and look for a job in Access Bank or something. Yeah.
All right, thank you, David. Dr. Soporo, please, you're next.
Hi guys, thank you guys for hosting this space. Actually, I've been listening quite closely for a couple of hours. David, I think what you just said now just tied into what I was going to say. It was not so much of a question; it was more of a comment, and just resonating with what people have said about how do you amplify this. It's not the bubble anymore because it's quite there. Your work is obviously there's a lot of eyeballs on your page every day. I know that. So how do we amplify what you are doing and what the rest of the team are doing, Shakes and the other people here, this sort of awareness? Because a lot of it is education and information, and it's not cheap. Like you've said, you have got a day job, just like myself. One of it is I was going to say very quickly, because I looked at your page yesterday or the day before, and I see you got subscribers and stuff like that, just funding, some of the work that you do. Not that you're asking for money or anything, but I think having a pay, not necessarily a paywall, the West African Weekly. I think maybe having the option where people can. I don't know if it is on the website. I've just had a look on that West Africa website on my phone. I don't think it has the option to gift or subscribe or something along those lines. I don't think it has, but I think it's something that maybe you can look to put up there, just like the Guardian have on all of these times. They have all these sort of options where you can subscribe or donate or whatever. Wikipedia does it every year or something. They say donate £5, whatever. I give to charity. Some of them are religious charities. People can set up £2 every month, something like that. Very little stuff, every little help. Because we want to give platforms like this. Because when you're battling platforms like the BBC and these other Western media that have got billions of pounds backing them, and even sometimes in public funding as well, it's difficult to challenge these sort of people. But yeah, social media obviously is a very good leveler. But there are things like some of your posts, for example, from West Africa Weekly. Some of those come run ads on Twitter or whatever social media platform, and this thing costs money. So I would suggest not necessarily your own Twitter page, so you're seeing that it's going to a very good cost, but obviously we know you're behind. But West Africa Weekly, maybe to consider having that option built in on your website where people can donate or maybe subscribe. I know your information and news on there is not behind any paywall. That's very clear, but giving that option where some people can just randomly be feeling, maybe they've heard something you've posted and they're feeling particularly generous that day, and they can just drop £50 in there to West African Weekly just to help that work that it does. Because we don't have any African-based resource think tanks that does stuff like this, But the African diaspora, and there's a reason why I say this very quickly. I don't want to take up the mic too long. There's a reason why I say this thing. People like myself, people like a lot of young professionals that have quote-unquote japped. I mean, I've been out of Nigeria for about 15 years. It pains me a lot because these are my most productive years. And I say that as someone who's about your age actually as well, maybe a year younger. My most productive years have been spent outside my motherland. It pains me a lot. I've got a lot of skills. I've got a lot of knowledge that I know will make a lot of difference to people in Nigeria. There's a lot of reasons why I'm not in Nigeria now. It's a different conversation, but maybe one way of giving back, because I was saying something to someone just last Sunday. I said, yes, after you've survived, Japa is about survivor, fine. But after you've survived, what next? How can you give back? And then, like I said, having maybe that option to donate to something like this, I think it will go a long way. I can easily set up a direct debit for, via PayPal or whatever to West Africa Weekly. And I know there are a lot of people that have the same thinking as well. So leverage another option, and that's just an advice. But very good work you guys are doing, Pastor Shags and everyone else here. Some of this work on GMOs and sort of the drain that we're seeing now with Western young, healthy, brilliant people leaving Nigeria, leaving Africa and coming to the West to work 70K, 50K job, which is really not in the grand scheme of things, but that's what it is. Maybe there's a way that they can give back, if not physically being in Nigeria, but maybe there are resources, instead of the money going to fund Dirty December, maybe you can do something, to a worthy cause like this, and let us fund our own work. With the African diaspora, there's a multi-billion-pound industry there. So maybe you can tap into that a little bit and give, your web security and your access to your passwords and stuff on your website, make it a lot more, these things cost money and make it a lot more fortified. But people out there that will be willing to sort of give to this cause. So just something to just consider. I yield the mic, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Supuru. David, do you want to comment on that first before I say anything?
Yeah, I don't think I want to comment on that because, like, when it comes, as you know, I've tried a whole bunch of experiments when it comes to um, dealing with the funding of West Africa Weekly. So I think that's an issue for the board, the management team to discuss. I'm not, as I mentioned, as I'm sure you're aware, it's no longer a David Undain show. I'm not the majority owner of West Africa Weekly any longer. So there's a whole team of people who need to be consulted for any such decision. So I'll see what they have to say first.
All right. Thank you very much. And also thank you, Dr. Sopero, for your kind words. And just like David said, he will get to see what the board will do about that. Richard Faisal, and you go next, and then Barney Stinson would follow immediately. So we'll just take the questions together and then get response at the same time for them. Please, in quick succession, okay. And then please, 1 minute each. We've been here for too long, and let's try to wrap this up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. First of all, David, good work that you're doing. What you're doing is quite good and it's quite informative, educating people. I have a question regarding the USAID and the grants that some journalists or news media have received. So would you say that every journalist that has actually received some grants money from USAID has taken it with to do negative propaganda? So, for example, I know someone like Chude Jidonwo, who's like, a very, very respected, I don't know what to say, journalist, or a respected media. I think he served in some capacity with USAID. So, but would you say someone like him is a positive for USAID, or would you say like all journalists or people who has been associated with USAID has actually done or is doing negative things for Nigeria, or are there some positive things that can come up? So that's the first question. Now, the second question has to do with, I think the injunction of, is it the 93,000 that was actually told to you to pay? Now, first of all, personally, I don't see why that was done. That's number one. But does that mean that you wouldn't be able to, at least, just like how you did in 2003, come to the UK for any book launch or anything like that? And is there any plan by you to actually challenge it? So those are my questions. I hope I stuck within that 1 minute time frame, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Barney Stinson, please go ahead before David responds. Barney, are you there? David, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So regarding the first question, is USAID always a negative in terms of funding Nigerian journalism? Well, the answer is, what is being funded? It's whether you say there are some positives or there are some negatives. The issue is that whatever is being funded is never funded because it's in Nigeria's interest or because it's in your interest. It's funded because it's in the funder's interest. So for me, that's the basic problem with USAID and other funding entities, because it's not just USAID. Your MacArthur's and your Fords and your Open Society Foundations and they all fall into the same category, right? They are all funding something that is in line with someone else's agenda and not yours. Right. So the individual that you mentioned, for example, like you say, oh, well, he's respected, is this, is that. Well, what is this individual best known for? How did this individual come to public prominence? It was basically for being part of a regime change operation in 2015. Right. I'm sure you remember that. The involved, red media, statecraft, all of that stuff. Right. That was how this individual and his red-capped partner came to national prominence. It was through taking part in a US-sponsored regime change operation. So if those are the kind of people that USAID cooperates with, I'm sure you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that there's already a problem, right? Because the basic issue here is sovereignty. That's the basic problem here. whether or not something is in your, is temporarily good for you or not. So like I hear this argument a lot. People say, oh yeah, USAID is funding HIV antiretrovirals. So yeah, they may be doing that. But if, on the other hand, while funding treatment of HIV patients, they're also funding activities that make sure that
David,
sorry, that thing happened again. So as I was saying, if they are funding HIV antiretroviral treatment in your country, but they are also funding economically and politically subversive activities in your country to make sure that your country's economy never becomes strong enough to the point that your government is able to raise enough tax revenues consistently to be able to actually assume that responsibility and no longer depend on aid, then are they helping you or are they actually harming you with that aid? It's like somebody has a knife stuck into your back. And instead of taking the knife out and helping you to heal the wound, or at least just leaving you to your own devices, the person keeps on removing the knife a few inches, sticking it back, and then giving you painkillers and giving you plaster. That person is not helping you. That person is murdering you. So people need to get rid of that sort of very childish idea that USAID and other grant and funding people, they are here to help you. They are not, right? Aid is not giveaway money. Aid is geopolitical quid pro quo. There's always something that is coming in return for it. And how it works is that what is coming in return is worth multiple times the aid that they are giving you, which is why there's no serious country on this face of this planet that collects foreign aid, right? Even the likes of, as I was saying on I think it was News Central, I was saying this the other day, I don't think it's outlandish to suggest that Nigeria should see itself as contemporary with the likes of Malaysia, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Brazil. Those are Nigeria's contemporaries, at least population-wise and landmass. So why can Nigeria not make the same foreign policy decisions that these guys can? So USAID, I don't care whether anybody says, oh, there is this borehole that is built in Bauchi State or whatever. Nah, the whole of USAID should be shut down. All of that funding, all of it, for good or for otherwise, should be shut off, right? Because in the long term, it's not helping you anyway. And then regarding the second question, which was, am I intending to go to the UK? I think that question has already been answered, where you have a situation where the UK's premier foreign intelligence agency is producing secret documents labeling me as a threat. Why on earth am I 2 feet going to darken the doorway of that country again? They've already told me very clearly in this document exactly how they see me. They've told me exactly what they think of me. This document tells me that if I set foot in that country, they're probably going to look for a way to pull an Nnamdi Kanu on me. This is what, this is Oyinbo being Oyinbo. So the short answer, no.
all right, thank you, David. I think we have our last set of questions. Historian GA, you go next, and then Ike, you, Optimus, and then Cassio, I don't know. Cassiopeia, something. Yeah, we'll go in that order, please. Try as much as possible to make your questions direct to the point, short. You have 1 minute each. Please go ahead, historian.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Okay. Thank you so much for this. And to David, thank you for what you do. I'm one of your many silent fans. Always happy to hear. To get notifications from your tweets and your works, of course. Thank you for what you do. So, questions really, I have none really. I have none. Earlier during the discussion I had, but all of it had been answered. So, just appreciate what David has been doing over the years, and please be safe, brother. Be safe, please. Thank you.
Ike, you're next. Thank you,
Thank you,
historian, by the way.
historian, by the way. Good evening, everybody. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I just want to make a request. So I just think, when David is talking, like he should not be given a limited time. So there is this ongoing space that happens almost every night on Twitter. Akwa Ibom Calabar shoots your shots. We stayed there till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. doing nothing. So if we are at war, like David said, this is scary. If you are telling me that at some points in my life, I am going to always subscribe for food, and these people can take away my right to even subscribe at some points, and I am going to be dead. I don't think he should be, except he's tired and I understand. But if he has something to say, he should not be given any limited time, because like this is so scary to me. This is so scary for me to hear. This is so scary that there's a white man somewhere like that has a 5 to 10 year plan on my head and I don't even know. This is just so scary. So if he has something to say, please let him say. I'm just stunned by what I'm hearing, to be very honest. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ike. Optimus, please go ahead. Optimus, are you there? Okay, Casopia.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks, David. Yeah, thanks, David, for the great work. I would just love to comment on the GMO. I got to have the idea of the GMO being introduced into Nigeria in 2011. And a lot of NGOs in Nigeria, which I won't want to mention their name because I'm part of the NGO sector. A lot of NGOs in Nigeria actually distribute GMO for food and food programs and economic recovery. So in 2011, in Jos Plateau State, we went for a PDM, post-distribution monitoring, after the farming season. And I was surprised when a farmer reached out to me and was like, Mister, the corn you guys gave us, I was trying to plant it the following year and they are not growing. What's actually wrong? I couldn't answer that question there. So when we opened the window for the next bidding, because most of our grains do come from Switzerland, Germany, China, and the US. So I got to ask my line manager, so why are the corn that we do distribute, why don't they reproduce the following year? And what he said to me was that, Emmanuel, you know this, we really don't oversee this. It's actually an instruction coming out from the FAO and other agencies for us to give. And the excuses he gave was like the increased crop yield, their resistance to diseases and what and what. Then the thing which he said, which really caught me by surprise, was like their drought and climate resistance. And one of the key functions of most NGOs or humanitarian agencies that they've been pushing out for long is climate change, which we always tie down to drought and drought and climate resistance. So they believe that, okay, when you repackage this word in another, you repackage the word climate resistance, this GMO is actually literally good and people will really definitely buy into it. As of last year, the BMGF, which is also known as the Gate Foundations, invited some Nigerian NGOs and Agro Research Institute to a seminar, and they kept on pushing GMOs. They're like, Africans just have to, Nigerians in particular, have to accept the GMO corns. And believe you me, every NGO you see today carrying out if economic recovery program, distributing grains and what so on, they are definitely sharing GMOs to Nigeria. And it's quite unfortunate that people can't really tell Mike them.
Oh, hold on. Thank you for what you just said. Yeah. And Pastor Shags, this is the question I asked you earlier. And please hold on, the speaker, please stay up here. This is the question I asked you earlier. Who is monitoring what's going on? You have this gentleman saying that they are distributing GMOs through government programs to our farmers. Our farmers are not literate enough through what he's saying here on what they're even planting. Who's monitoring this stuff? You've done a great job in bringing awareness. Following up to find out, okay, your awareness, what is it yielding any dividend? Yielding a dividend would be this GMO seeds are not in the country, not in circulation in our farms. Pastor Shakes, if you're still available, can you address this? And let's hear a little bit more from the speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for bringing me in at this time. And so the thing is this, should I say that we really started this quite late? And because, I mean, our eyes really got open to it also quite late. And the FCCPC is the supposed government agency that is supposed to protect the consumers from this. And the awareness that we have been creating over the past 1 year, because essentially I really fully began on this GMO thing in January last year. The awareness we've created, of course, is not enough. And we're doing a whole lot more, of course, with everyone on this call joining the awareness. And during the budget defense for NABDA, one of these agencies, recently at the National Assembly, the House of Reps members asked them that, is this GMO labeled? Now, this is a country that we have very strict labeling laws. Nigeria has very strict labeling laws, and it's been enforced in some quarters. And the House of Reps asked the agency, and they, of course, said not adequately. And then the House mandated them to ensure that everything is labeled. Now, to that effect, we went to FCCPC immediately, and we sat down with them, and of course, it's an ongoing conversation, letting them know that they have to take that up, because the FCCPC has done quite well with many of their fines. They fined MTN, British American Tobacco, some false labelings, and so on and so forth. So we're bringing it to their attention that this is yet another case that they need to take up, because they are the ones responsible now. And also, we're also going to have to engage the public petitions committee also, and some others, because we have to do something any which way we can. Yes, we know that we can all complain about the government, but I mean, if we have to put them in the wheelbarrow and push the wheelbarrow just to get what we want, then we have to do it. And we're currently pushing that. But of course, you see, many of these NGOs who patronize these donor agencies and elevation programs and all, many of these NGOs have thrived in ignorance. Because if you look at these guys, if you listen to these guys sell this thing, you may be swayed yourself. And many of them have been swayed for years. But with the recent campaigns that we've been doing, the recent engagement, and of course with the recent revelation from David Honda about, why would anti-GMOs top the list of voices they want to silence if it is not important? So with that on the front burner now, and of course with the guy who just complained about how serious it is, it shows that the awakening process is on, and many of them are waking up. We already have a lot of NGOs that have, dropped out of the program. We know many actually that are dropping out. It's no longer as popular as it was before. I remember a time the media houses in Nigeria were not willing to carry anything anti-GMO, but right now many of them have done serious documentaries. They've done, big, fantastic articles. Even the ones owned by the president himself, they're all not in support. So we're at the point where policy must change, and we must also effect the policy change. But with the tentacles of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I mean, these guys are still walking. Stones aren't yet touching them. At this stage, where by the time they can't walk freely on the streets of Lagos, then that we're actually getting there. And that's why I will keep calling out a certain individual. There is somebody, I will keep calling her out. Please, her name is Rose Gidado, Roxidado on Twitter. Go and check her out. She's what you call the priestess of GMO. She's been credited with advancing the lobbying from the beginning, right from the beginning. The people who lobbied it in, who lobbied Monsanto's bill, who lobbied the MBMA Act, even till this very moment, she's the one with the goodie bag. She's the one with the giving out the handouts. So you can, if you go to her Twitter page and you look it up, if you look at her posts, you will see that everything checks out. And if we can really let it that her family members, everybody, let the whole world know who she is for what she is. Let the whole world know what she is for who she is. It will really, do a lot of good to our current campaign. Thank you.
So, Pastor Shax, thanks for sharing that. Rose Gidado is the name. Everybody check her out. Respectfully, not harassment. Let's have meaningful engagements so we can understand why some of these things, what's going maybe first is what's going on. Mr. Kasopia, are you still distributing this GMO
Well,
grains? That's the question I
yeah,
have
I
for you.
can send you some names of organizations which are still doing it in Nigeria. They are mostly based in Abuja, and I will try and follow up if I can get some tender requests that was sent from various NGOs. But GMOs are still in abundance in Nigeria. Take it for face value. They are abundant in Nigeria.
We'll be in touch with you immediately after this space. We'll reach out to you and we'll carry on this conversation because I'm sure that this is something that we need to follow up swiftly. So yes, please respond to our DM when we DM you. Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, can I quickly add something? Something we should also pay quick attention to. There's currently a plan to bring GMO mosquitoes into Nigeria. And we currently want to know, yes, there's another individual. Now, there's another individual that I need to introduce everyone to. His name is Rufus Ebegba. Now, Rufus was the pioneering DG of NBMA, was the first Director General of NBMA, and he's the one that actually rubber stamped the first two GMOs, that's cotton and beans. He was the one that rubber stamped it. In fact, the period of risk assessment for those ones was like, one was like 21 days. The other one was like, they submitted application in October. By January, Rufus had already approved it, the one for PBR cowpea. So I don't know how long he used to test it. Now, he was recently at a conference in America learning about GMO mosquitoes and how they can use the mosquitoes to reduce malaria and also aid vaccination. So there's a plan for GMO mosquitoes in Nigeria. I've been following that conversation, and it's already happening in some parts of America where Bill Gates is releasing his mosquitoes. And there are unconfirmed reports that it's already happening here in Nigeria. But if a white helicopter can fly with impunity and shoot farmers in Kajuru village in 2022 and no one is saying anything, if airplanes are leaving Zamfara with gold, shipping them to other parts of the world without recourse to anyone, how difficult is it to release mosquitoes without anybody saying anything in Nigeria? So yeah, it's a conversation that we also need to begin to look at very critically, very, very critically, because they're advancing it in other places and the plan is on. So like David said, they always would localize an agent. They'll look for a worthy accomplice here first. And they have found that accomplice in the former DG of NBMA, Rufus Ebega. You can look him up also. He's very proud of his work in advancing GMO in Nigeria, him and Rose Gidado. So yeah, I just thought to put that in and mention that, and thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Pastor Sheikh. This just tells how intense the war we are fighting is. It's beyond face value. It is really beyond face value, and we need to deploy as we are aggressive as they are in the fight against in this what we're fighting. So,
Okay, I think our editor is having connection issues. Her audio just went off. We'll do to bring her back. In the meantime, we have God's will alone for Niger. Your hands are up. You have a question? Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. David, I greet you especially as always. Dr. Pichet, thank you so much for all you're doing. And everyone here, I greet all of you. I want to ask, first of all, a question to David, because as it is, we have something very big in our hands right now. So I want to ask, knowing fully well the kind of people we have, some of we the youth of Nigeria are, some of us today, our major priorities as females is just to shake our butts, snap pictures with bikini, post them for comments, like traction and all that. And then the guys do what they do. So I want to ask David, is it possible for you to please reach out to some of these African people? I know Dr. Patriot, I've said that already, but I want to ask because during this Road to Moscow, there are this, as in Kenyan people who were hosting spaces, and in some of their spaces, you see like about 100,000 people on those spaces. Is there any way you can reach out to these people from all, as many African country that you can reach out to, so that you guys can join hands together to be hosting these spaces at least like once every week? That way we will get a whole lot of persons to know about this, and the information will spread wider compared to when we just have this space today and tomorrow, next tomorrow, we just leave it until, So I don't know if David, if you can do that so that this space will be regular. That's my question for David. And before I go, I want to say, please, Dr. Sopor took part of the reason I was coming here. I was coming up. He said it, but I still want to talk about it. Guys, if you know David very well, you know David will never open his mouth to ask you for money or sponsorship. So it is we who know the importance of his work to us as a people that will be telling each and every one of us. So please, if you know you can subscribe to David's work. I'm not talking about West Africa Weekly now because like we've been told, lots of board of trustees, they have to, come together to say one or two things. But I'm talking about David's work directly. If you know you can subscribe as a Nigerian, and even non-Nigerian, African, if you can subscribe, please do. Because these are the monies he uses to do what he's doing. Now with the USAID revelation, we have seen that these guys have so much dollars to spend, so much dollars to give just to propagate their evil against we Africans. And according to David, what he's having and running with is just chewing gum money. But if you and I who can afford to subscribe, if you subscribe to his work, the Shringo money, if not one pack he could fit buy before, it can buy 2, it can buy 3, and by that the work will be going for our good. So please, if you can subscribe, please do well to subscribe. I am begging us. It is important. So thank you very much. So David, please, is it possible for you to reach out with this to these people so that this space can come constantly. Thank you very much. I yield.
Well, I mean, yeah, already put in as much effort as I can to ensure that it's not just a Nigerian effort, it's a Pan-African effort. So, for example, I regularly collaborate with African Stream. I actually used to work with them on sites when I lived in Nairobi, and we're still, I'm still a really good friend of the house. I'm trying to make some inroads into the South African media space because currently, it's West Africa and East Africa, not pretty much no presence in Central Africa, which is like the darkest part of Africa, if you get what I'm saying. And then Southern Africa, I have a couple of friends there, but their media ecosystem is very, very white controlled there, so it's a bit harder, but I'm making the progress that I can. And yeah, I mean, it's a slow burn again, but we're getting there. This isn't going to happen overnight, but we're strapped in for the long haul. We have nowhere else to go. This is our continent. It just has to work because this is where we're going to die. This is where we are living and this is where we die. So it's one way or the other, we're going to get to where we're going. So we're locked in. We'll get there.
Sorry, I'll take some privileges here. And thank God's will alone for Nigeria. Thank you for your contribution. But let me just say this: the fact that there's a board that governs and operates West Africa Weekly means that the board has seen that the work is too much for one man to do alone. And so multiple people came together to remove West African Weekly from a Substack to a .com to make it more available, to spread the tentacles, to spread the work that needs to be done, and also to train youth in Nigeria in terms of what it looks like and what it feels like to be an investigative reporter who doesn't need to rely on brown envelope journalism. And we're hoping to take this across Africa. A group of people came together to do this, meaning that we've recognized that nobody's going to invest in multimedia and media that tells you what you need to know if we don't do it ourselves. So while we've heard some of the suggestions here, and we'll take it to the board and see what can be done. Support David how you can support David, but when the time comes to support West African Weekly, please take the opportunity to do that too. We have writers, we have videographers, people are being paid in Africa to do this work. So I just want to make that known. It's not, and these are non-governmental people. These are some of the people that also collect basketballs from David when he mocks the diasporans that are out there too. So we're not being spared by his work too. It's everybody collects, but we are mature enough to continue to understand what needs to be done and still do it. So I just want to put that out there before I call up the next speakers. Let's see. We lost our co-host for a bit. We'll try and bring her back up. We have God's will for Nigeria. Your hands are still up, or is that something? Is that something you want to add?
Yes. Before I go to the listener section, I just want to say you are so correct. You are so right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's do the both if we can, because it's for our own good. Thank you very much for putting that out there because it's very important. Thank you. I yield now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's go with Nani, and after Nani, we'll go with Stephen. Nani, after Nani, we'll go with Stephen.
I think Stephen was here before me.
Okay, gentlemen, that's good. Stephen, you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much. Please confirm you can hear me.
Go ahead, we can.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh my God, David. I have to go to David first to say thank you, David. There's no words to put to articulate the gratitude that most of us feel. It just so happens that you are in the eye of the storm. I was concerned during the 2023 elections, definitely worked closely. I was concerned about the Nigerian government coming after David because of his expose. But now that you have now even gone further to expose the what in America we call the deep states, their actions in Nigeria and Africa, I fear that the target is bigger. So I'm praying for you, David. Please be safe, because now you're exposing the MI6, CIA, and all that, and we know they are rich. So please be safe. Have eyes behind your back. So thank you, David, for what you're doing. I just wanted to go to my brother, that pastor. I can't pronounce the name. The GMO guy. Is it possible for you to, in your very busy schedule, I know it looks like we're asking for too much, have a daily, a weekly space, like maybe on a Saturday in Nigerian time? Since you're in Nigeria, you can say 10 o'clock every Saturday. So all of us in the diaspora can join you on that space and enlighten our people on this GMO thing, because awareness is really the key. They said the best disinfectant is sunlight. So I would like Pastor to make a commitment, even on this space, or think about it. Have a weekly space on this GMO issue, so that you can actually bring people like the gentleman that said he also shared this corn that refused to grow in the next year. He is doing, what you are saying is correct, and it's already happening. We are in clear and present danger with the GMO thing. I live in America, and there's a mistake that most of us make, we Nigerians, when we come to United States or UK, particularly in the US. We say, oh, black Americans, don't go to their neighborhood, don't play with them. They are lazy. Like, we are better than them. This nonsense that we learned from Nigeria, I better pass my neighbor, we bring it to America. And it has now caused a rift now, which is kind of spreading, but it's still online, where the black Americans say they are delineating, because Nigerians come with their high horse, proud. We are doctors, we are lawyers, we are better than you. Whereas we are ruled by fools, drug dealers. We should come to this America with humility and learn from the black Americans who have been here for 500 years. They've seen what white supremacy is. We don't learn from them. We come to America with our stupidity. We don't learn. They use black Americans as lab rats. They learned how to deal with black people, with black Americans. There's a reason there are more than 2 million people in jail, black Americans, most of them. There's a reason their neighborhoods are full with drugs. They learned it here first before they moved to Africa. We don't learn, particularly Nigerians in America. I'm always annoyed when I'm on spaces and you hear Nigerians talk like they're in a high university or your stupid degree. You should humble yourself and learn from black Americans. They are the only black people that have survived white supremacy. Because what we are seeing now in Nigeria is white supremacy. Is currently facing a civil war. Some people think, oh, I supported Trump, I'm a Trumper. I'm not a friend of Trump. Trump does not know me. He does not like me because I'm black. But Trump, no, to the deep state. We are benefiting from that fight. It's not our fight. There is a bigger fight ahead. What Hitler could not do when they defeated Hitler. They don't want us to survive. They want our land. They would rather have every African person dead so that they will take our land. White supremacy is the enemy. White supremacy is the enemy. They brainwashed us with religion, with aid, with miseducation. We are lost. We are completely lost. The only way forward is to shine some light at what they are doing to us. So I want to beg my brother that is doing the GMO thing. You need to have spaces on a weekly. Please, make 1 hour, 2 hours. Let us know what is happening. Because once the GMO takes over Nigeria, they will just shut us off if we try to be independent, and nobody will be able to eat. The corn will not grow. I'll talk so far, but I want to thank you for what you're doing. David, you also, please, 2 spaces every week. I know it's too much to ask, but David, 2 spaces. You are helping millions of people. Thank you so much. I love you all.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Apostle Shags, you first, You've been requested to commit to something, and then David.
Okay. Sorry, I came in with, I was laughing when I came in. I think his passion was quite, the way he spoke so passionately. Yeah, so I agree with you that the sensitization needs to be intensive. We need to drum it harder. And well, if you, spaces are good. Definitely, spaces are good, but I think I like to also post. I think I prefer posting because people can easily come back and in reference what you've posted. Yeah, spaces are good, real time conversations, but let's also build the reading culture, so that when you miss the space, you don't lose absolutely everything. Because I mean, if you have your threads, your tweets, and all, people can always go back and read them and all. So yeah, we'll look at. I started a series of Twitter space called on global governance because I believe that's where it all begins from. Looking into the history of global governance, where it all began from, and tracing it even down to where we currently are right now and how it affects food. So I will look at time, look at how we can bring that back. But then again, to the gentleman who was who said I should always have spaces every week. I'll do my best, but I won't guarantee. But best is follow our handles and read our tweets. There are a lot of information that we put out there. You can always find a lot and a lot and a lot of information. For instance, today I put out a 13 tweet thread titled "The Evidence of Dangers with GMOs." And in fact, very, very educative. If you have time, please look at it. So that's it. Imagine I had read all that if I had said all of that in a space, it would be lost to those who can, listen to the space for as long as this has been, which is almost 3 4 hours now. But if you have a tweet, people can easily just go back there, read it, and I put all the URLs in it. So you can see it's all evidence based. So if you're listening, maybe you work in some of the departments of security and all, and you need more information about it. You have 13 thread tweets to explain on the evidence of dangers with GMOs. And this document I shared with you here, this stuff I'm talking about now, I have sent these very documents to the Ministry of Agric and some other very spaces, and it's being currently read right there. So I think that's what I have to say to that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks to your response, David.
I actually just wanted to quickly ask Dr. Shegun just a very minor question. That statement that I forget who it was, but I think it was a senator made that it's better to eat GMOs and die than to not eat. Is there a video of that comment anywhere?
There's a video. There's a video. Let me send it. There's a video of it. I even have it on tweet. Let me see if I can put it up on the Jumbotron. Let me look for
it. Thanks. Thanks.
All right. While he looks for that, Noni, go ahead.
Good evening, Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to everybody. Mine is just an appreciation to the hosts and the co-hosts and everybody who has spoken so far. David, you're doing good, and the good Lord will continue to protect and guide you. I'm thanking everybody, both the guys are the GMO guys. It's not easy to be in that place, but I know that God will surely see us through, because it's really it's coming at a good time. And the main thing that made me to take this mic is when the speaker for GMO said we should go out check out those two people that are pushing for this GMO stuff, both the guy for the mosquito and the other person, the other Rose Gidado. What I'm suggesting, we are not going to wait until they start killing us before we start acting. There is no need of taking it gently, because what we are talking about is a matter of life and death. So we need to go out. If we know how we used to go out, how we really face on the APC, let's give it to them. They really need to hear us and hear us loudly. They really need to get it hot. The two people you just mentioned, the Rose Gidado himself and the other guy, they really need to get it hot, because we don't need to wait for them to eat all those money and put all of us in danger. So that's the main thing I think I want to say, and to thank all of you. Thank you very much for this so far. And we'll be.
Thank you very much, Nani. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. A reminder, civil engagements, nothing physical. Reynolds, you have your hands up. Go ahead, you have the mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to, thank the West Africa Weekly, and special shout out to you, David Ndeng, for, the work you've been, doing, the awareness and, everything. It's really, really appreciated. We're in the midst of, real warfare, media warfare. And yeah, truth is just the best weapon we can all wield. Now, this is a suggestion. Well, I'll just how do I frame this now? And please, I hope no one laughs at me. But I've been thinking lately, yeah, doing some research on our history and everything, and it's just me thinking out loud here. Is there a possibility of leveraging on our, indigenous divination systems to at least identify the very best of us to lead the rest of us? Why do I say this? Because I've looked at our quote unquote sham of a democracy, and with the current system, let everyone just picture this. You only need to see 4 different faces in Aso Rock serve a term of 2 years each, and 32 years of your life is gone. Add 32 years to your current age. So, and the system is designed such that even from, when they start their nomination forms and everything, it costs several millions of naira, and 99.9% of the whole masses are already priced out. So that way, power is just retained within a small circle of elites, and they just keep rotating it year in, year out. It could be this year, PDP versus APC, APC versus Labour Party, and the masses are just divided along political lines. And clearly that hasn't worked. So back to my suggestion. What do you think? Shouldn't we all start, thinking of leveraging our indigenous divination systems like Ifa in Southwest or Afa in, the Southeast? And all of that, at least that very way, we can uncover who, quote unquote, are the house Negroes and the sellouts amongst us, and know who is really the best fit, to lead us.
Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts on that?
Pastor Shags. Yeah, Pastor Shags, you are the divination person here. I don't know how what David's affiliations with divination is. So please go ahead and respond, and we'll take the next. Solomon, you'll be next after Pastor Shags' response. Pastor Shags may not be available to speak. David, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think he's having some network problems. But I think that Nigeria is already a complex society to start bringing in divination. As it is, the religious war going on between prominent religions in the country is in itself a big problem. And then now we are going back to bring, the divination from the alphas and what have you. I don't see that. I don't see that being a viable solution to the problem we have at hand, because I would want to promote people from my and So there would be conflict in that. I think we need to think about more um, um, solutions outside of religion, which is one of the things that has been tools that has been used to cause division among us. So I think we should totally, in my opinion, that should be totally out of the conversation. If
Can
you
I chip
ask
in,
me,
please? Can I chip
go
in
ahead.
something? I'm not talking about religion per se, because these divination systems, this is spirituality. This has been, the way of our lives, of our forefathers. And like I said, I've researched history. I've seen instances where even our forefathers were forewarned that what we're facing today will be the reality if certain things, well, but unfortunately, I mean, the sellouts still had their way. So I'm not even saying that
Yeah.
we should.
Okay.
At the very least, it's just to identify who the sellouts are amongst us, who can be the
Yes.
best of us. I'm not just to identify the best, because even animals, right? They want the best of them to lead the herd, not sellouts,
Thank
not
you. Thank you,
weaklings. Yeah.
Reynolds.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Reynolds. This is not we are fully not equipped to deal with that subject here at this time. But
Exactly.
for everybody who has who has listened to that, if you have your definition circles, that maybe there's a broom somewhere, I don't know, that you can use to, swing an Asu Rock and National Assembly to correct their heads. Please do what you can to get the countries multiple on the right track. Whatever you can do. We're already praying and fasting with the Christians. We're doing that with the Muslims. You want to go and give sacrifices wherever you are, go ahead, do that for the right reasons to help the countries move forward in West Africa and Africa as a whole. Um, Solomon, go ahead and ask a question. I think Pastor Shego is back.
Yeah,
Or I
I'm
don't know
here.
if it's
I'm
Pastor.
here.
I don't know why I call him Pastor. Okay, good.
Can
All right. After Solomon asks his question, you
okay,
can
that's
combine
fine.
both, please. Solomon, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where anybody is. I greet everybody. First of all, I think this is more like a Nigerian space, and I'd like to say I'm not Nigerian, but I've been following Mr. David and the West African Weekly for some time, and so first of all, like I mentioned, I am a Ghanaian. I'm a pharmacist. I didn't study in Ghana. I studied in India. So at somewhere 2019, I got a scholarship and all that. Now during my studies, I uncovered a number of things, and part of it somewhere 2022, when the Russian-Ukraine war started, and like everybody else, it was like, oh damn, Russia is wrong, and they should not invade Ukraine and all that. But I think as time went on, studies and all, getting deeply into geopolitics and all, then I got to understand what Russian president actually said, that in the war of propaganda, you can never win against the United States, right? So that brings me to the point I want to make. Actually, not a suggestion, sorry, not a question, but a suggestion. And so the words I want to say is, if Russia as a state that can invest in state media can make such pronouncement that this propaganda war you cannot win against the United States, then think of where Africa, where no country distinguishedly invest in a state that will protect the state's interest and the state's information and its communication. You think of where these individual tiny states would stand, right? And so I think more into geopolitics, I get bored up when I see some of these narratives. And as for my beloved Ghana, GMOs has been there, I think, since 2013, and that I can say confidently, I don't know where the Ministry of Agri or even the information or what their stand is on this issue, because it is not a mainstream media topic, right? And so that is just a slip through. I mean, the GMO. My main point I want to make is this conversation of how do we propagate Africa's interest amongst Africans is a huge topic, and some of the speakers have clearly made mention of the hybrid war that the continent or the world is facing now, where RT media gets chased out of conferences, Ukraine and these skirmishes and all that, but Russian, pro-Kremlin stories and all that, labeling and having intelligence officers tracing you and doing all that. These are things that have been in existence, and we are only uncovering them because internet has been made accessible to everyone, and now it's easier. Now, the complex situation now here is, first, data is very costly in our part of the world. Information as well is very costly. And most media organizations have their fundings mostly outside the country, or those whose funding do not come outside the country are more focused on internal issues, which almost always, I keep saying that people or Ghanaians, Africans keep forgetting that their problems are not in the country. The people that are really controlling what you hear, what you see, are not seated with you in your constituent or in the parliament house. They're outside. So when you focus all your energy on what the government is doing, you get lost in who the actual enemy is. Right. So coming back, going to the end of what I want to say, based on all these collections, I thought of seeing Africa in a very different way. So I started with, I would say, the African wave. That is almost like a media something. And I think the answer to our problems in this continent is unity, especially since we cannot point to a funding that would say, let's say MSNBC says our funding is from here, or BBC saying our funding is from USAID. We wouldn't have that luxury, right? And immediately you go for a funding, it means you lose the right to decide what you want to publish. And so someone else will control the publishing. If you are receiving 100 million from someone, they will definitely control what you want to publish. Then that becomes a commercial side of it, right? So one lady, I think, made a point of unifying with the East African voices and all that. I think the answer really lies there, how the various little fragments of media, these world, African, this, African, that, how do they come together? How do we come together to form something? So, example, these GMO stories.
Yeah, Solomon, let's round up. Okay.
Sure. Example, this GMO story that is in Nigerian circulation will be useful to people in Ghana. It will be useful to people in Kenya. But how do they get that information? There's this separation, right? So I'm suggesting that these minor groups, or these major, if you may call it, these independent media houses that focuses on African narrative should find a way to come together, get a unified voice, and publish collective stories. So this one publish a story, this one gets the feed and all that. That way, I think we would reach more voices rather than spaces that have like only maybe 200, 300, 700, 1,000. So that's the suggestion I wanted to put across. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Pastor Shakes, go ahead.
All right, thanks. I'll just speak very quickly to the. I'll just tell you very in less than 30 seconds, a very short story. So, true story. Currently in my dad's village, in my village, we're currently trying to get a new Oba. So my uncle died September last year. So we're currently in the process of getting a new Oba. So they had to make the kingmakers swear affidavit and sign, a memorandum that they will not have back-end dealings with the oracle during the king-making process. So I think that answers the question about contacting divination. It can also be hacked, because the last king selection process, there were some back-end dealings between the kingmakers and the oracle, such that somebody that was outside the ruling family was made the Oba of the village, and they said it was a taboo in the village. But because the man was a highly placed politician, he was able to have some back-end dealings with the oracle through the kingmakers. And that's how it happened. So I just thought to put that story out there. True story. It's currently on. So I just thought to say that.
Summary of the story: no religion is safe. Kate, you have your hands up. Ask the question.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I've never been to this place before.
Can you do something about your volume? We can barely hear you. Sorry.
Hold on.
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I live in the United States. I'm a citizen and was born here, and I'm totally lost in your space, but it sounds very important. And I constantly post about different things I find that are injustices, and I am very confused about what this is about. While I've been on this space, I've looked up on Google what the MBRDA is. It said something about organs. I'm not quite sure. Organ, they.
Yeah. So, Kate, we will advise you the a good starting point. Be able to follow the handle, the co-host David
I
O'Dane.
have. I've followed everybody on there.
Yeah. Yes,
I've gone to your
great. And he
pages.
has been posting. Yes, he's been posting some exposés on how USAID and other foreign media organizations cooperating with the UK have been pushing a lot of misinformation in Africa as a whole, Nigeria, and have actually targeted specific individuals in the media space as enemies of their agenda. So that's what the space is about, kind of informing everybody. Be careful what you read, on what platforms you read them, because you might be being psyoped without recognizing what's going on. So that'll be a good place for you to catch up on.
What is the MBRDA? Do they harvest organs? What is up with that?
Well, no. There's no document here talking about organ harvesting. So let's go ahead and start from there. Get familiar with the documents that David posted since you're following him, and you should be caught up on that. Ogaga Peters, let's have you.
You all follow me back. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. We will.
Right.
Ogaga Peters, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I want to say a big thank you for you guys for organizing this space. So I have a lot of questions for David Dane. So the first question I wanted to ask is, since we have discovered these people pushing this GMO agenda, is there a way of trying these people? Like, is there a court to try them and like charge them for treason? Because this, I think this treason for our food security and the rest. Is there a way of charging them? Then I have a question concerning the Dane's style of journalism. So there was a time he said he won't like put out videos there that much because of he thinks the best form of getting across to everybody is actually writing. Said there was a time where we Africans were born if we actually learn how to read. So when I was young, I actually like read a lot, but as I start getting old, so even hold a book for a long period of time, like in a month, I think I can boast of reading just 2 books on 1 book. So these days, everybody's on TikTok and we are usually watching shorts a lot. So is it that we don't want to pass these messages to older, younger people, or is it more like that's his own style? And since that's his own style, is there a way we can as in have a conversation of, okay, how can we make Nigerians start reading? Because I've seen a lot of people that think, okay, they can subscribe to his newsletter and the rest. But after subscribing to this newsletter, are those people actually reading it? Because I hardly see posts of, okay, this is what I discovered about David Dane's articles that he wrote out, and there's something intriguing about what he said in his Substack session. So these are things I really want to know. Then I want to ask him, if he knows Thomas Sowell and what he thinks about Thomas Sowell's writing on
All right.
Black American issues. Then the last one is actually
That's
when
I
he
can
talks
I think
about
that's enough.
okay.
Let's have other. We are going to be running the space up in 15 minutes. I think that's three questions to David and Pastor Shags. He
Okay,
wants to
thank you very much.
try those distributing GMOs for treasonable offenses. Pastor Shag, I think that was for you, and then David, other questions for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pastor Shag.
All right. So March 2017. Okay. So before I got on this, there's an organization called HOMEF in conjunction with GRV and said that there was on technicalities that you can only question the activities. I think it's Public Officers Act or so. You can only question the activities of it. So these guys, our guys were questioning this guy, but they were suing him like about I think 8 or 9 months after. So because of these technicalities, the case was thrown out. And yeah. So when I got started on this, if you immediately head to the courts and there is no sufficient public knowledge, public information about the topic on ground, that the judges most times would swing towards what the law says. And this has already been passed into law. The NBMA Act of 2015 is in effect that opens Nigeria up both to importation and cultivation of GMOs. So they said that you have to do the hard work first, work it all the way up, you know. You have to sensitize the entire nation so that mainstream, the information becomes, very handy because the judges are also part of the society. So when they see that it's really a troubling situation, to help take a position against the law. So since 2017, when these other guys, have been trying, this is the first time. Last year was the first time that we finally got GMOs to national conversation last year, and it wasn't enough. We still sustained it. We didn't want to head back to the courts immediately. And with what's currently going on, I think we are getting to that point that we would have to take a decision on how to go about it. But you see, the Nigerian judicial system is very tricky. You also have to be as crafty as as everyone else if you're going to make it work. So I don't want to say that there's nothing going on there. Things are already getting ready to start, but of course, this is a public space. We don't know who's listening, but we don't want to open all our cards, put all our cards, on the table here. But trust me, we are doing a lot. And when I mean we, I don't mean me and my few people. I mean, including you. You're also involved in this. And to speak on the question you're asking David about, how can he get more Nigerians to read? See, if you know about TikTok, take the content from Twitter, do videos on it, and post it on TikTok. No one appointed anybody to do what we are doing. We all got here by passion. So fan up your passion and get doing something also. If you can do something, do it. David he has 24 hours like everybody else. So also do I and many other people. So if you can get your hands, if you're listening to me right now and you're very good on TikTok or you're very good on any other platform, you know how to, convert it to any other message that will make the footballers, the sporty bet people, the BBM Ninja, and all the comedians on Instagram attend to this message. Please get involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Shags. I don't know if David is available to speak. But you guys, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you heard him. Technicalities got the lawsuit reversed. Technicalities, ladies and gentlemen, technicalities. Oh God. It's over, Doze. Can you are you in a position to speak right now? Ask a question. You unmute your mic. If you're not, we will have to bring you down. Tonya Apia Apiafi. Tonya Apiafi.
Yes, thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you to Mr. David, Pastor Shegs, and everyone here. So the question I wanted to ask, I think Pastor Shegs dealt with it from what Ogaga asked, because I just wanted to come up from the point that what more can we do, like, to get people informed legally about our constitution and our rights? But hearing what Pastor Sheikh said and how the justice system has been dwarfed in our nation, I just brought down my hand because I couldn't ask that question again, because I wanted to know what more can we do to enlighten the citizens about our rights and about the legalities on how we can address this matter on a large scale. That's my first question. And just to add to what Pastor Sheikh said about content on TikTok, yeah, even my wife and I were even working on sharing documentaries, because there are a lot of documentaries about these sinister plans from the deep state. We share a lot of those documentaries from our church, Christ Embassy. And even we are working on a group where we're going to share short clips of those messages on Instagram and all these places. So I think, in line with what Pastor Sheikh said, we have the burden of responsibility to share these messages in ways we can. And before we know, if everybody's going to do their bit, then in no time, there will be a sensitization and awareness everywhere. And that is what's going to cause a revolution that the few people up there that are trying to dwarf the system cannot resist. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. El Donald. El Donald 7. Are you in a position to ask a question? Okay. We will drop El Donald and Dixon. It's over. Doze, are you available? We'll drop both of you. Local Yoruba man, Yinka's World 2.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I'm audible enough.
You are audible. Go ahead.
Good evening. Actually, I'm going to appreciate everyone on this platform. I mean, it's been a long night. Everyone have abandoned what they are doing to be on this space. I want to thank David. I want to thank Pastor Shakes and everyone that are trying to inform us in a very large way than we have already been familiar with before. I don't have much question because most of the question that I wanted to ask has been dealt with. But I just want to ask this question. I don't know, maybe part of the discussion for the day, but I want to ask, how can we as Africans, how can we negotiate better with these people? Because I feel like we are always short in terms of negotiation. We negotiate in such a way that it put us in such a bad and a bad end. We negotiate only for the main purpose of just feeding our belly. We don't negotiate in such a way that it's going to benefit the coming generation. I just want to put that out. I don't think I have any other question. Thanks to everyone. I hope this is going to continue, just like the people have said that we should try to amplify We have to keep pushing back. We have to apply pressure so that the people we are dealing with, they are not sleeping. They keep using different strategies, different tactics, and we have to up our game also. We have to try to better them. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. We'll be rounding up now. I know we're having connection issues. This is part of what we we deal with in our different localities. So we'll manage it as best as we can. Pastor Shags, do you have parting words and for those that are really concerned about this GMO thing that's going on in the country and the efforts you're making? I encourage everyone to follow his handle, follow his work, turn on the notifications so when he posts some of his reports, we can see it and be better informed and also share. Um, and then we can work on seeing how to bring him back up on a space, maybe not on the frequency people are requesting, but on a certain tempo to just keep this issue fresh on the burner of everybody's mind. Because guess what? When corn season comes and you're buying corn from the street seller, you don't know what corn you're buying. And we know how we love our street corns. You don't know what you're buying. That's just the truth. It will taste funny. It might taste close to what you're used to, but you don't know what you're eating. So, Pastor Shags, go ahead.
Yeah, in closing, I want to say that we are winning actually because every January they look forward to releasing new GMOs. But this January, everywhere was quiet. Nobody even wants to use the word GMO. They're all very quiet right now. And first of all, that pushback is important. And they are very aware that they have lost on social media and they have lost even on the traditional media platforms in Nigeria. They're very aware, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it, except for only one blog called sciencenigeria.com that religiously posts absolutely everything they do. So we are winning, and that's the first thing I want to say. And then the next thing I want to say is that please get involved in sharing this content wide. That is one thing that every one of us can do. If you have family members in government, if you have family members, people around you, neighbors, anybody you know, that's your phone book, your contact book has people that can actually fix this country. And we must be very deliberate about taking these things out there to them, letting them know how dangerous their silence is. Your inactions are expensive. You need to do something, you need to act, and it's not just for some of us, it's for every one of us. We have so much to do. For instance, there's so much to do, and get involved. And I want to thank the organizers for this space. It's been gone on for too long. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you're doing. And thank you, David, for sharing so much wealth of knowledge with every one of us. Please follow me. I post a lot of very long, a lot of stuff on this. Don't get tired of it because there's a whole lot of information that we are going to be sharing. And when the information comes out, it's important that we distill it in as many ways as possible to everyone that we can find. Thank you very much and good night, everyone. God bless you.
And thank you, Pastor Shags, for the work you do. And we are not going to pray. We're going to encourage you to continue to do that work, and we'll latch onto it and propagate it as best as we can, so that we are all informed and all joining this knowledge sharing where we are. We have one Africa, and some of us are trying to come back to it in eating something we're not supposed to eat. Mayowa, are you still available? Can you speak? Yes, we can hear you now. So we're rounding up the space. Pastor Shanks has given us final remarks. I know David is not available anymore. So you will do us the honors of rounding us up with your few words. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask a very short question. I just wanted to know if the GMO mosquitoes you talked about, are they the same mosquitoes in Indonesia they use to fight one certain virus? I don't want to virus's name on my head, and I've not really learned how to pronounce the virus. But I just want to know, is it the same mosquitoes in Indonesia that they are planning to import here?
I'll have to look that up. To know about what's happening in Indonesia. But certainly, that's a pet project by GMO mosquitoes, very vested in them. He believes that they hold the key to eradicating malaria and also vaccinating in future. So that's it.
All right, thank you. I'll look forward to your findings. So thank you very much for everyone for staying through to the end of this. We all have a role to play in this war that we are fighting. We are all stakeholders in one way or the other. I wanted to ask earlier if what other ways we could fight this fight, but Pastor Sheikh earlier mentioned some ways we could combat this thing. Join other pressure groups, not necessarily just fighting this politically, but also join policymaking groups, your work associations. If, like he said, if you're in the NBA, join the Nigerian Bar Association. Just find yourself doing something and not just be following other mundane issues, but we need to all come together to be very active and be a voice in from the policy making process before we go up to the political process of implementing these policies. So yeah, we all have a role to play, and let's come together to support this fight together hand in hand to better the nation. So yeah, thank you very much. And turn on your notifications. Turn on our notifications so you see what we post out there. This is so much work that we put into, and would really appreciate if you follow us, like and share what we do. This would go a long way in fighting this war that we are fighting. So yeah, thank you very much. And one last thing, I would like everyone to know that your voice are being heard. Your voices are being heard, and that is why they go back to their tiny groups and say that you don't respond, and all of that. So don't think that you came here for 3 hours and it just went by. But yeah, your voices are being heard one way or the other, and just little steps like this would count in the future. And I'm sure we'll all be glad that we participated in one way or the other. So yeah, thank you very much. And from me and West Africa Weekly and our very gracious speakers, it's good night until we come your way another time. And by the way, we host spaces every Friday to talk about the reports we put out for the week, just to recap what we have out there for the week. So do turn on again our notification so that you pretty much follow us on these conversations when we have them on the come up. And we also look at what we can do with Pastor Sheks to see if we can have this conversation frequently, because yes, this is an ongoing conversation that does not end. It will not end. It is not going to end now. And we need to keep bringing this up every now and again. So yeah, thank you very much and good night.